Hello everybody, welcome back to a different kind of video for the channel, but one that I'm pretty excited to be making. So a long time ago, I was talking with Vincenzo, who is another Elder Scrolls Legends YouTuber, and he had this idea about making a tier list. And I'd kind of had a similar idea as well, because tier lists are fun to make, right? So we had talked a little bit back and forth about this, and he was in talks with a few other Elder Scrolls Legends YouTubers, and we all kind of came up with the idea to do our own separate tier list on our own opinions on this kind of stuff, these card rankings and everything. So I'm going to be doing my best to try to assess these cards as fairly as possible. I'm by no means the top Elder Scrolls Legends creator in terms of uh, balance opinions and that sort of thing. Although I might try to sound educated on the matters, and I do think that I have a fair amount of experience with the game to be able to judge a lot of these cards. Unfortunately, I'm not a meta guru, so we're just going to be kind of going through, and I'm going to be placing these where they seem to fit, in my own opinion. Just like opinions, though, everybody has them and they all stink. So if you guys disagree with where I put some of these cards, please feel free to let me know. Be civil about it, at least. That's all that I can ask. And yeah, I'd love to hear your comments down below. So without further ado, we're going to be taking this pretty alphabetically by color. So I did make painstakingly this tier list. So you can give me a round of applause right now if you want. But I had to drag every single card in Elder Scrolls Legends into this list, and I don't believe that I missed any. Again, if I did, that's my own fault. You can comment down below. But they should all be here. So we're going to start with the Anzaleel Invader. It's going to be a little bit hard to read some of these cards because the files are so compressed. But we're going to start with the Anzaleel Invader. So the Anzaleel Invader, for me, I kind of labeled what I think that the tiers mean in my own opinion. S tier is amazing, A tier is great, B tier is solid, C tier is niche, D tier is Y, and F tier is unplayable. Most cards are going to probably be in the solid to niche tier. We're going to have a handful of Ys and a couple of F tiers. I think our first one is actually going to be Anzaleel Invader going into D as a Y, because Anzaleel Invader is a a 4 cost 5/3, and there's not really a whole lot of reasons to run this in a deck. Uh, it's not necessarily niche because it doesn't really synergize with anything. At least in the niche tier, my idea is that cards in there will tend to synergize with at least something and be viable in some kind of deck. Anzaleel Invader, it's not necessarily bad. Like the stat line 5/3 for 4 is okay, so it's not unplayable. You could get away with putting this in a deck, but why would you? When you could put a 4 cost with a better effect, like any of the cards in red are a good example at about 4 cost. They're going to have pretty high attack and pretty low defense. So if you're planning on making a deck that's going to be aggro, I don't really think that Anzaleel Invader is going to be a good pick for you. Okay, coming up next, we have the Arenthia Gorilla. So the Arenthia Gorilla is a 3 cost creature with a 3/4 stat line, and it's lethal on your opponent's turn. The Arenthia Gorilla, in my opinion, is probably going to go into... It's somewhere between solid and niche. I want to say I want to say it's solid. You could get away with putting this into some agility decks that are going to be using stuff like Quicksilver Crossbow, um, Archer's Gambit. Those are going to be solid choices for this. But actually, no, I'm going to put it into niche because it's only lethal on your opponent's turn. So you won't be able to get that synergy with this card. As you can tell, I haven't really thought a whole lot about this tier list. I'm just kind of jumping in and doing it. So, Arenthia Gorilla, 3/4 for 3. Yeah, lethal on your opponent's turn. That's pretty niche. There's not really a whole lot of combos that you can do with this. It does have some utility, right? Like if you wanted to give this thing guard, for example, if you were doing some kind of monk deck and you wanted to give this thing guard with any of the creatures that grant that keyword in that color, um, then maybe that could be good because you get a 3/4 guard for 3 with lethal. But it's conditional lethal. It's not super great. And we're just kind of going to leave it in the niche. It's not necessarily unplayable. It's not really why. I think anything that has a keyword is probably going to be pretty good. There are other cards that you could play over this, but there is at least some kind of combo that I can think of for the Orinthia Gorilla. So in my opinion, it lands straight into C tier. Okay, Arrow in the Knee is next. This is our first action. It's a one-cost action, and it simply just shackles um, a creature, and it deals 1 damage to it. I'm going to throw this into Solid. I think that it's pretty, overall, not the best effect in the game, right? But it does have multiple things that it does. Uh, any card that's going to be doing more things than just one is usually going to be pretty higher up in the rankings. So this thing not only grants Shackle, but it also deals 1 damage. It's going to be a lot like how Rapid Shot deals 1 damage and draws 1 card. Uh, the Shackle also synergizes with stuff like I can't think of the name of the card right now, but the cards that synergize off of Shackle. The what is it? The Drez Oppressor. That's the one I think that deals 3 damage anytime that a creature gets shackled. So you could be running a whole kind of shackle themed deck, and Arrow in the Knee could get value from that. But on its own, dealing 1 damage and shackling is pretty good. So I'm going to put it into Solid. It doesn't have a clearly defined place anywhere, but I think it's decent in most decks that you could try to fit it in. Okay, coming up next, we have the Orinthia Swindler. So the Orinthia Swindler is a 3-cost 2/2, and the summon effect is that you steal all items from an enemy creature. I'm definitely throwing this into niche. It's a very weird effect. You essentially have to be running against somebody playing either Battle Mage or Daggerfall for this to have any real value, because those are the 2 most popular item decks in the game. And if you're not, then this card is kind of dead weight in your hand. A 2/2 for 3, not really all that impressive of a stat line. It's also epic, which I'm not really thinking of putting that into much thought for the rankings going forward. But if you wanted to craft these things, it would cost 400 soul gems each, which is kind of a big ask for that. And it means that it's got a higher rarity, of course, in card packs. So uh, overall, Orinthia Swindler, I don't even know what you would really do with stealing all items from an enemy creature. It's not even like you steal all the items off of the battlefield, you just steal them off of one particular creature. So if your opponent has something like uh, Gardener of Pants or Gardener of Swords, uh, the Orinthia Swindler is really not going to stop that combo. It's just going to delay it. Okay, moving on, we have the Ash Oppressor. The Ash Oppressor is a 3-cost creature with a 4/3 stat line. And Ash Oppressor, of course, has the summon effect of if you have a creature with 5 power or more, shackle an enemy creature. I am still going to throw this into niche. I think that niche and Y are very similar categories, and maybe I should have thought about getting rid of the D tier going forward, but I think I'm going to leave it as is because we can find more cards to put in there for sure. Ash Oppressor, it's not great. The stat line is pretty good though, 4/3 for 3. Typically, if you're getting a 3/3 for 3, that would be considered a pretty fair stat line. So a 3/4 for 3 with an added effect, although it's a conditional effect, is good to see. Now the effect is not all that powerful because you have to have a 5 power creature on the board for the effect to actually proc. So if we're taking a look at our green cards down here, there's not a whole lot that have 5 power in the turns before Ash Oppressor is going to show up. Even the Anzaleel Invader here, not really that viable of a choice. If you're going for a Dagoth kind of deck with the 5 power, maybe Anzaleel Invader gets moved up to niche, but I still think there are much better options than that card. And Ash Oppressor, the more that I think about it, the more I kind of want to throw it down into D tier. It's not like, I don't know, it's just very niche. It really is something that you have to be running a very specific kind of deck for. And so I'm going to keep it in C. That could change later, but Ash Oppressor, not really impressing me that much. The stat line's okay. If it got silenced, it would be a fine body on the board for its cost. Moving forward, we've got the Apex Predator. So the Apex Predator is a 5/5 for 5, And the Apex Predator has a very interesting effect. So when Apex Predator moves, you deal 2 damage to your opponent and you gain 2 health. At the end of your turn, if there are no enemy creatures in this lane, move Apex Predator. I'm throwing him into great. I think we've all gotten our trying to think of a nice way to say this. We've all gotten our butts kicked by Apex Predator in the past at some point, right? It's a very powerful card, super good effect, and the stat line is very, very fair. 5 for 5, just like I was saying with the Ash Oppressor. If you can get a creature with the same power and health as its cost, you're typically doing pretty good. Apex Predator, of course, helps you stay alive. It helps you put a damaging force on the board that has to be dealt with, and it's a very central piece of the move deck meta. Whenever that's kind of around, whenever people decide to play move decks, which people do play a lot of move monk, Apex Predator is always one of those cards that you're going to have to imagine is in your opponent's deck. Alongside the fact that it's a Khajiit, and Khajiit get good bonuses with Queen Chimera now, and stuff like the Rim Purveyor makes Monk a really good deck for tribal Khajiit. So I think all that wrapped up into one bundle makes Apex Predator an A tier great card. We're going to be moving down to the Assassin Beetle. Assassin Beetle is a 5-cost creature with a 2/2 stat line, so it's pretty wobbly. It is a prophecy card, and that's kind of its whole shtick. So the prophecy effect of the Assassin Beetle is that you play a prophecy from your hand. I personally do not like the Assassin Beetle. I think the stat line is insane, but it does fall into the prophecy assassin and um, well, I guess really Prophecy Assassin is the main thing that you would run this in. Prophecy Archer doesn't really exist. Prophecy Monk maybe you could get away with, but Prophecy Assassin has historically been the go-to for these prophecy kind of agility cards. And so I am going to throw it into niche. I'm thinking niche might need to be below Y. Oops, let me fix that. Oh my God. Um, There we go. I'm thinking niche might almost need to be below Y though, because it feels wrong to put a 5-cost 2/2 with a weird effect above a 5/3/4. But that's just kind of how we're rolling. The Assassin Beetle, it's niche in the sense that it only fits into prophecy type decks, and with Prophecy Assassin not really being that prevalent these days, I'm inclined to throw it down into Y. I just don't know why you would run a Prophecy Assassin deck these days. So maybe I'm off base with this one, but I'm going to throw Assassin Beetle into the Y D tier. Astrid is coming up next. Astrid is a 2/3 for 3. Uh, she's a legendary card, our first unique legendary, and she always has lethal, unlike our friend here, the Ash Oppressor. Um, Friendly lethal creatures have Slay, and you put a completed contract into your hand when you slay a card. I'm putting Astrid instantly into A tier. I could put her into S tier. She's very viable in uh, most agility decks that you can fit her into, but she's most viable in lethal decks. So the completed contract gives you 1 Magicka just for free on your turn when you play it. So if you have slayed a creature, you gain a 0-cost card that will grant you 1 Magicka. It's an easy way to keep tempo up on your opponent. And if you have a whole bunch of lethal creatures in your deck, then then Astrid will synergize really, really well with the rest of your cards. So she's a pretty easy A tier. Her 2/3 stat line obviously could be better, but she's got lethal. If anything hits her, she can insta-kill it. So it doesn't really matter. Moving down, we have the Awakened Dreamer. So the Awakened Dreamer is a 2/3 for 2, and it's another one of these kind of House Dagoth cards. So at the end of your turn, if you have a creature with 5 power or more, Awakened Dreamer gains +1/+1. For me, this is solid. It's easily much better than the Ash Oppressor's effect, because the whole thing with this card is that it can continue to buff itself up until it has 5 power, and then it will start proccing off of itself. The Ash Oppressor does not have that luxury. It needs something else on the board to prop it up in order for it to get that. Now, it's very close for the Ash Oppressor. If you have like a 5th Legion trainer down, or if you have um, Divine Fervor down, it would get bumped up to a 5 cost really easily, but then you're playing Monk. You're not really playing Dagoth. If you were to be playing Dagoth, you could have Orc Clan Captain next to the Ash Oppressor, and that would be able to instantly shackle something. But again, we're not talking about the Ash Oppressor, we're talking about the Awakened Dreamer. And the Awakened Dreamer being able to buff itself up every time that you have a strong creature on board creates this kind of threat where, let's say that you have an Apex Predator on board, and then you've got your Awakened Dreamer. The Awakened Dreamer instantly becomes a 3/4 instead of a 2/3, and your opponent has to make this decision of, do I kill the Apex Predator or do I stop the Awakened Dreamer before it spirals out of control? Very good card, very solid choice, and I think it deserves its spot in the B tier. Coming up next, we've got the Bandari Bruiser. So the Bandari Bruiser is a 3/2 for 3, and it has Pilfer. So this is our first Pilfer creature. Pilfer, of course, is when you hit your opponent's face, an effect happens. So the Pilfer for this creature is that it gains +3/+0. So effectively, after you've hit your opponent, you will have a 6/2 creature for 3 cost. This is another really solid card. I think a lot of these Khajiit coming up are going to be in the upper echelon of the tier here. We had some kind of weird cards to begin with, but moving forward, it's looking like we've got a lot of really solid choices. So the whole thing with the Bandari Bruiser and with any Pilfer card that you need to keep in mind is that they synergize extremely well with one card that we'll talk about eventually. The oh, I can't think of his name now. The Khajiit guy that gives Pilfer creatures an extra attack every turn. Um, what is he, like Master of Thieves? I forget what he's called. He's really good, and he synergizes with all of these Pilfer creatures immensely. Even without that, though, the threat of having a 6/2 on the board by turn 4, because you lay him down on turn 3, and then you hit your opponent's face, and you've got this massively powerful creature. He fits into a lot of decks. He has a place in aggro. He has a place in Tribal Khajiit. People play him in Move Monk. He's just a really, really solid card, and I highly recommend that you try playing with him if you haven't in the past. It might not look that intimidating right off the bat, but this guy does pack a lot of power. The only thing is that he's very susceptible to silence. Same thing with the Awakened Dreamer, I suppose, but most creatures in the game are susceptible to silence. Okay, so I'm going to put this in amazing. This is the Bandari Opportunist. Bandari Opportunist is a 1/1 with 1, and it's just incredible. It has Charge and Pilfer. The Pilfer effect is that you shuffle a Bandari Opportunist into your deck, but this Bandari Opportunist that you've shuffled gains the effect of drawing a card from your deck um, whenever you pull or whenever you play the next one. And so these can really, really skyrocket. If you're playing something with Galen, you can shuffle more of these in. I've had people play Bandari Opportunist against me on turn 1, and I've actually just quit the game because it's really not anything that you can fight back against once your opponent gets rolling with these, unless you have Piercing Twilight. Piercing Twilight can eliminate all of these from your opponent's deck, from your discard or from their discard pile. But unless you have that and your opponent gets this on turn 1, you are going to be in a world of hurt with these guys. So they're my first amazing card that we've come across, and I think that they deserve their spot. Okay, who's this guy? This is the Back Alley Footpad, right? So he's a 0 cost card, which is really interesting, and he has 1/1 as his stat line. The summon effect is that you give a creature cover. I'm going to throw him into niche. He really doesn't have that big of a place. There's a few decks that this guy fits into kind of nicely. There used to be that old um, Namira deck where you would try to kill as many creatures as you could and continue drawing stuff. He was a big part of that, I believe. Right now, he kind of has a role in Cover Scout. Not that anyone really plays Cover Scout or Cover Monk. There's going to be a few of these cover type creatures that just never really got a whole lot of updates to their kit or love for their mechanic. Cover is a great example of something that really didn't get a whole lot of attention as the game moved forward. It's always just kind of been the shadow lane is the cover lane, field lane is the field lane, and if you want to apply cover onto other things, it's good. I mean, applying cover onto something does protect it, but the overall utility of this card is just kind of outmatched by the sheer power of the stuff above it. So it does have a place. It's not unplayable. It's not why. It's just kind of around. I don't think that he's really in any decks that are super powerful at the moment. Speaking of, we've got the Back Alley Rogue. So we have the Back Alley Footpad, and then the Back Alley Rogue. Back Alley Rogue is a 4-cost 5/3, so it's like the Anzaleel Invader in its stat line and its cost, but this actually has extra text on it. The summon effect is that you steal cover from another creature. I think this guy is instantly more playable than the previous guy. I'm going to throw him up into solid. I think this card's actually kind of underrated. Stealing cover from another creature is a pretty powerful effect, and it's an effect that pretty much nobody is going to be expecting you to play on them. It's very, like I said, it hasn't gotten much attention, the whole stealing cover thing, or gaining cover or whatever. So Back Alley Rogue is going to take most of your opponents by surprise. They typically like to hide in the shadow lane, especially people that play invade. People that play invade love to hide in the shadow lane. So this is a good counter for invade if you can steal that cover off of the Oblivion portal during its first turn, or if you can steal it off of any of the Daedra over there, if you can steal it off of just any creature over there that's attempting to hide from you, and you can kind of assassinate them in a way. So Back Alley Rogue, I really like it. I think it's underrated. It doesn't necessarily, it's not niche in the sense that it has like one particular home. I think you could run this in Archer. I think you could run it in Scout. I think you could run it in Monk if you really wanted to. So, just give it a go. Next time that you're building a deck with green in it, maybe consider the Back Alley Rogue. Okay, coming up next, we have Barter. Barter is a 2-cost action. It's a really weird card. Trade a card in your hand for a random card in your opponent's hand. I'm going to put this in Y. Again, I don't think this is unplayable. I think that you could put this in your deck. It gives you some cards from outside of your color, technically. You don't know what you're going to be getting, though, unless you're able to get your opponent down to one card in his hand and you know what your opponent has. Barter is not really going to be giving you anything in particular that you want. And if you're using this card, it means that you have a card in your hand that you would like to give to your opponent, more than likely. If you're running a deck full of stuff that you don't want just so you can play Barter, probably not really that good. Now that I've spoken about it, I think Barter's actually F tier. It's it's pretty stupid. The actual mechanics of the card are very fun. There's a really old Justin Larson video where he uses Barter, I remember, and I'll try to remember to put that in the comments below or in the description so people can try to find that. But Barter is just overall, it's fun. I love cards like Barter. I don't want people to think that I'm like hating on this card for absolutely no reason. It's just not very useful. It's it's a stupid card, and I think that we need to embrace the stupidity of Barter and just recognize it's not very good. Play it if you want, but it's pretty bad. Coming up next, after Barter, we have the Burn Clan Night Stalker. Burn Clan is a 5-cost 5/3, and he's another legendary card. He's not a unique legendary like Astrid, but we do have another legendary card up to bat. The summon effect of the Burn Clan is that you have to secretly choose an enemy creature, and the last gasp effect is that you destroy the chosen creature. I am very tempted to put Burn Clan into S tier, but I think I'm gonna leave him into A. Burn Clan doesn't really instantly change the battlefield when you put him down. Um, in a sense, he kind of does, in the fact that your opponent knows that one of their creatures is being targeted, right? But with Burn Clan, the ultimate objective of Burn Clan is to die. He blocks up a lane, he chooses a creature, and most of the time, it's pretty obvious what creature your opponent wants to get rid of. Burn Clan works as complicated removal. If you're running a card like Dark Rebirth, and then you play a Burn Clan and a Dark Rebirth on the same turn, that's a total of 8 Magicka that you're using to get rid of one creature, when you could have just been playing Spell Sword and used Edict of Azura, for example. However, there is a lot of utility in Burn Clan. I think that he has a really good stat line. The 5/3 is nothing to scoff at, especially for the 5 cost with the guard and all of the other utilities that come along with it. So overall, I think Burn Clan is a pretty exceptional card. It's doesn't fly quite as high as the Bandari does for me, but I think that it's just really good overall. So after Burn Clan, we've got Bewildering Speed. Bewildering Speed is an action. It's a 1 cost action. It's rare. And you move a friendly creature in each lane and give them +1/+1. I really don't think there's much wrong with this card. I'm going to throw it into solid. There's also not a whole lot to say with this card, though. The only thing that I can think that this card is not really good with is the fact that it's an action. So you kind of have to have a creature in 2 lanes for this card to be functional. If you don't, it's just a paperweight in your hand for the whole game. But other than that, I think that it's got a pretty cool effect of moving creatures, which is always really powerful, even though I don't like that mechanic, but it's a really powerful one that can't be denied. It buffs creatures up, and it'll confuse your opponent. Most people are not expecting you to be playing Bewildering Speed. If you're playing cards like Apex Predator as well, it synergizes really well with cards in Move Monk. So that's another thing to keep in mind because Move Monk is, of course, very strong. Down 1, we've got the Bitterfish Witch. The Bitterfish Witch is the first goblin that we're going to be talking about, and goblins are also pretty strong. Bitterfish Witch is a 3-cost 2/2, and it has Prophecy, which means that it can be played from a rune being broken, of course. And the summon effect is that you give a creature -1/-1. I think Bitterfish Witch is going to go straight into B tier as well. It's very solid. It's not game changing or anything, but it is very, very good. When this thing is drawn on Prophecy, it's even better because you can forego the 3 cost and just get a straight up 2/2 that negates a little bit of health and a little bit of damage from one of your opponent's creatures. Cards like Curse that flat out give a debuff, just like the one that Bitterfish Witch does, are really good because there's a lot of cards that synergize with those that can instantly kill creatures or um, buff themselves off of that effect as well, as of the Oblivion Jaws of Oblivion DLC. So, Bitterfish Witch, it has a place. Goblins is a really scary deck to go up against, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Up next, we've got the Black Sap Protector. I think this is another easy, solid card for me. I throw this in a lot of my green decks because I'm a big proponent of guards, and Black Sap is just a really solid, easy choice. It's a 3-cost 3/3 with Prophecy and Guard. It's really not that complicated. I don't think that we have to talk too much about it. It's just kind of a good card that's always there for you. If you're in need of a guard, it's got a decent stat line. If you draw it from Prophecy, that's always good too, because it generally you can always throw this thing down in a lane and not feel bad about it. It's not like Piercing Javelin, where if it's drawn off of a Prophecy, sometimes you want to pocket that back into your inventory, back into your hand. Black Sap's not really like that. It can be played off of almost any Prophecy, I feel. So, solid card. Okay, up next we've got the Blades Flanker. Blades Flanker is a 4-cost 4/3, and it has the summon effect of give a creature in the other lane +2/+0. It's kind of a weird effect, right? You have to be playing a very specific kind of deck for the Blade Stalwart. I can't really think of what kind of deck that would go in, but it's certainly niche. It has a decent effect, but it's contingent on there being another card in the other lane. So at the 4 cost, sometimes you won't have a creature down in the other lane and you'll just have to play this thing down dry. Is it okay if you play it down without the summon effect? I think it is. 4/3 stat line for 4 is respectable. It dies to a lot of removal, but that's agility for you. A lot of these cards are going to get just instantly destroyed by a lightning bolt, and that's okay. The Blade Stalwart does kind of have a place. Um, it's just not, the most powerful place in the world. It's definitely not a Y type card. It's not. I could see reasons for wanting to run this, but I can personally tell you I have never built a deck with the Blade Stalwart in it. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we have the Blighted Werebat. I'm going to throw that right up into solid because that is where I think it belongs. It's one of my favorite cards. It's a 5/4/4 card with Drain, and at the end of your turn, if you have a creature with 5 power or more, you deal 2 damage to your opponent. Blighted Werebat and Apex Predator synergize so incredibly well with one another, it's insane. Um, Especially if you have a Thieves' Den down. Then this card gets crazy, the Blighted Werebat, because it can, just like the uh, Awakened Dreamer, the Blighted Werebat can start proccing off of itself if it gets to 5 power. So it's another one of these Dagoth cards with the 5 power thing, and we'll start getting more into that as we get into red and blue as well further on down the line. But just know that Blighted Werebat does have a genuine, genuinely high amount of power. If you guys ever watch my Dagoth arena run, you'll see how much value I got out of this card during that time. Blood Sacrament. Blood Sacrament is a 3-cost action, and it has Betray. So you deal 2 damage to your opponent and you gain 2 health. I am going to struggle on placing this one. Blood Sacrament never seems like good to me. It sacrificing a whole creature to deal 2 damage and gain 2 health just doesn't seem very effective. If you're running some kind of token monk deck, or I guess assassin, this works pretty well in, right? Because you've got cards that are synergizing off of their last gasp, so Blood Sacrament works there. I'm going to throw it into niche. I think Blood Sacrament is a niche card. You wouldn't typically want this in any of your green decks, right? I think a lot of these cards up here, they fit into decks that are either very powerful or they can just fit into a whole lot of decks in an effective way. Blood Sacrament is odd because you're going to be killing one of your creatures to gain a little bit of health and damage. If you are killing one of your creatures, though, you want to be playing in a kind of deck that's going to benefit from that. So you want to be playing in a deck that has last gasp creatures in it. That would most likely be Assassin. I could think of a few cards in Scout that would do that. You could maybe even be playing mono green or some bigger tricolor deck if you really wanted to. Blood Sacrament's also good when it comes off of the College of Winterhold, and at this point, I think that I've talked enough about Blood Sacrament for all of our for all of our entertainment. So I think that we're going to just leave it a niche. It's not as good as some other ways to deal damage, for sure. So niche it is. Okay, the Bloody Hand Chef. It's a 2/2 for 2. When you reduce an enemy creature's power or health with an effect, Bloody Hand Chef gains that much power. This is certainly niche. This is not like the Bitterfish Witch, which will always be a card that you can get some kind of value out of. The Bloody Hand Chef only works in Goblin decks, uh, pretty much, right? Like there's not really a whole lot of other places that you can fit this because the effect is so stapled to reducing enemy creatures' power or health, and that's what every single goblin does essentially. They reduce power and they reduce health. So if you're playing Bloody Hand Chef, you almost have to be running a goblin deck with it. Now it's good in those goblin decks. A lot of these niche cards, um, they're going to be uh, okay in some kind of deck, and Bloody Hand Chef is actually going to be great in a lot of decks. So, or in a lot of Goblin decks. So we're going to actually bump that up to the top of C tier, I think, because it could be solid in the right place, but it's just not effective everywhere that you put it. All of these cards up here, I think that they've got some place in just about any deck that you can fit them. Maybe Arrow to the Knee could be dropped down, but other than that, I like the B tier so far. All right, up next is the Brotherhood Sanctuary. So the Brotherhood Sanctuary is our first support I think we're going over. Um, Brotherhood Sanctuary is a very powerful support, but again, it's going to be like the Bloody Hand Chef. This will be effective in the right kind of deck. I'm going to put it up towards C tier, up towards the top of C tier with the Bloody Hand Chef. I'll actually put it over Bloody Hand Chef. That's how good I think it is. So it's an ongoing support, and when a friendly creature slays, it receives its reward in extra time. So, like Astrid, for example, when any lethal creature slays, they get a completed contract. Brotherhood Sanctuary is going to double that. And if you have multiple down, this effect will stack. So really, really good effect, but you have to be running slay creatures, right? If this card gets pulled and you're playing, let's just say move monk, because that's kind of what I've been talking about a lot today, it's going to get no value whatsoever. It's just going to be something that you put down on the board, and your opponent is going to be confused as to why you're not slaying any of their creatures. So, decent card, but you need to be running the right cards for it. The opposite can be said about what is this? The Brotherhood Slayer, right? 3/3 for 3. I'm going to throw them up into solid. So the Brotherhood Slayer, although it is a slay creature, it doesn't need the Brotherhood Sanctuary to be a solid card. You can put this into a lot of green decks, I think, and you can get some value out of it. So the 3/3 for 3 stat line, very fair. It's got Prophecy as well, so you can play this off of a cracked rune, and it's got Slay, put a completed contract into your hand. So it's like Astrid with the lethal effect, but not as complicated. It's pretty straightforward. If you kill a creature with this, you will get a card that will allow you to increase your magicka. Enough said. Good, solid card, right? This one, the Brotherhood Suspect. This one's going to be interesting. This is a 1-cost creature with a 2/4 stat line. Last gasp. Your opponent draws a completed contract. You're giving your opponent a card that will grant them free magicka if you play this and they kill it. I could think of one place that this would work, and it's Self-Silence Scout, and that is just too stupid. So we're going to put that into unplayable in F. This is something that you essentially never want to play. I don't think I've ever even seen someone play this card. I barely even knew that this card was real until I was looking at my full Legends list to be able to make this video. I was checking this thing out and I was like, what even, who and why? And again, like Barter, I kind of love how dumb it is. The stat line is pretty decent for it being a 1-cost creature, right? I mean, Bandari Opportunist, I put this in amazing, and it's only a 1/1. But this thing is just kind of dumb. It doesn't really, it's just stupid. I really can't justify putting it any higher than F tier. Up next, though, we have Brynjolf. Brynjolf is a 4/5 for 5 with Drain, and when a friendly creature pilfers or drains, you gain 1 magicka. This is a really, really solid card. It is going to go into great. Most of the legendary cards, I'd imagine, will fit into great. Brynjolf's effect is just powerful. Not only is it powerful by itself, but it's powerful when synergized with decks that are trying to do a whole lot of draining or a whole lot of pilfering. So again, Move Monk. A lot of these green cards are going to fit into Move Monk very, very well. And again, Move Monk is very powerful. Gaining Magicka is an effect that not every deck can do. Purple can do it pretty easily, and Agility can do it pretty easily. But decks like Strength and Intelligence, they can't do it at all. Willpower can't do it at all either. So Brynjolf provides a unique utility that can be crossed over into those other colors. He's also just a good card by himself. If we were to just have a 4/5 for 5 drain creature, that's good. And well, maybe not great, but he's got all the extra stuff on top of him. So that stat line mixed with the effect just lands him an easy spot in the great tier. Okay, coming up next, we have the Cameron Scout Leader. This is a 5-cost creature with a 2/2 stat line. The summon effect is summon a 2/2 Wood Elf Scout with charge in each lane with a wounded enemy creature. I don't quite know how to feel about this. I don't even think that this is very niche. Sure, the effect is conditional, but I'm going to throw it into why. I just don't know why you would ever run this card. Um, it's not really like that effective. I think you're just trying to do a more complicated way of charge creatures than just getting some minotaurs or orcs to charge right into your opponent. The 5-cost 2/2 is pretty abysmal. This is basically saying, hey, never play this unless the condition is met. But if you've got a 5-cost card in your hand and you're just prolonging the game holding it there, until you can actually fulfill the requirements to play it, it's not really doing anything. It's just kind of awkward. This is another card I've never seen anybody play, just like this Brotherhood guy down here. Like I was saying before, this Blades card up here, I've never built a deck with it, but I've seen other people build decks with it. This, I've never even seen anyone attempt to try this. So I think that it just belongs in the Y tier. It just astounds me that this even exists. Okay, up next is the Caravan Enforcer. Caravan Enforcer is a 2/2 for 2, and when Caravan Enforcer moves, you gain +1/+1. He's going right into niche. Similarly to the Brotherhood Sanctuary and the Bloody Hand Chef, Caravan Enforcer is okay, right? He's not a bad card on his own. A 2/2 for 2 is a decent stat line. However, he's required to be in a move deck. If you were to put this in any other kind of agility deck, he really wouldn't get a whole lot of value going forward. That text on the bottom would mean nothing, and you'd just be playing a flat 2/2, which is pretty bad. So because of his requirement to be playing with other move creatures, I think that on his own he belongs in the niche tier. Up next, though, we've got the Cartel Bruiser. The Cartel Bruiser is a 4/4 for 5 with the scariest looking art of any card in Elder Scrolls Legends. The Pilfer effect is that he gains +2/+2, and I think that's pretty good. I'm going to throw him into solid. He is not required to be playing in a Pilfer themed deck to be good. A 5 cost 4/4 with this threatening effect of +2/+2 is something that your opponent needs to deal with when they see this guy go down. So I think that overall he deserves his spot in the solid tier. Okay, up next we have a Charis, and it's a 4/4 for 4. It's a common card. We're throwing this into Y. Just why would you play this when there's other cards at 4 cost that you could play that might be better? You could play a Back Alley Rogue. You could play a Blades Enforcer. There's plenty of other cards, even if we look down here. You could play a. Well, I'm not seeing any that are necessarily better right now. There you go. You could play a Corner Club Gambler, right, to get the 4 power. There's just not a whole lot going on with Charis. In fact, there's nothing going on with him. There's no text on the card. So, doesn't really fit anywhere, doesn't have a purpose. And I think unless you're going for something thematic, like a Charis themed deck, that would be the only way that this would be justifiably put into any deck. So he's in Y. Charis Breeding Pit is coming up next, though, and Charis Breeding Pit is a 10 cost action that summons a Charis Reaper in each lane. I think this is a really, really funny card, and I'm going to have a hard time placing this somewhere, so let me think about this. Because Charis Reaper, let's move on to Charis Reaper really quick. A Charis Reaper is a 7 cost creature with a 5/4 stat line, and the summon effect is that you give all enemy creatures in a lane -1/-1. That's a pretty powerful effect, right? I'm going to throw it up into solid. I think Charis Reaper is a good card. The stat line is a little bit high, but if the conditions are correct, this card can be really, really nice. With that said, Charis Breeding Pit being a 10 cost that summons 2 of them is probably going to be a little bit niche, because getting 2 of these down, while it technically is you're getting 14 magicka for the cost of 10 with a Charis Breeding Pit, how much value are you really going to get out of that? Unless you're playing something that, like the Bloody Hand Chef, that is going to benefit heavily from the subtraction of all of those stat lines from enemy creatures. Unless you're playing something like that, I don't really think that the double Charis Reaper is always going to be a good thing to have. And with that said, Charis Breeding Pit being as high cost as it is a problem for just holding this in your hand for the right moment, right? You might want to play this down at some point and then and then you've realized that you play it down at the wrong moment and you've just wasted 10 magicka because your opponent is playing mage or something and he's just got 2 lightning bolts to be able to instantly kill your Charis Reapers. Overall, I think it's an okay card. I've never played with it personally. I have a few of them in my collection, but I've just never felt the need to put this into any decks of mine. I know that it's fun though. I've seen it be fun, but I'm trying to rank this on how viable every card is. So I think that Charis Breeding Pit is a little worse than just playing one normal Charis. Cliff Racer is going to go into great for me though. I love Cliff Racer. It's a 4/4 for 5 charge creature. That's a lot of damage to be charging right at your opponent. It functionally works as a lightning bolt that will stay on the board, right? If you just hit your opponent's face with a Cliff Racer, that 4/4 damage will remain until the next turn or until dealt with by your opponent. So, Cliff Racer is a card that needs to be answered. It's a card that provides a threat, and it's a card with a lot of utility. It's not bound to one deck in particular. It's good in aggro. It's good in animal, right? Because it's, I think, anyway, I don't really play animal creatures, but it's got the reptile tag. So it has the potential to fit into many decks. It's not bound to one place, and I think that it's pretty good on its own. Coming up next, though, we have the Cliff Racer Onslaught, and you'd think that this would be a really good card, just because of the name of it, right? Summon a 4/4 Cliff Racer with charge in each lane. Your opponent summons a 0/1 target with guard in each lane. This card is kind of dumb. I don't think it's unplayable, but I think it's why. You are saving 1 Magicka playing this card. Rather than playing 2 Cliff Racers, you could play like 2 normal Cliff Racers for 10 cost. You could play Cliff Racer Onslaught for 9, and you'd be saving 1 Magicka, but you're also generating these cards for your opponent to block them immediately. I don't really see a whole lot of purpose in this card. Fun fact, this was one of the first legendary cards that I pulled from a pack, and I used it for a bit, and it was really fun. But if you're trying to build a serious, legitimate deck, I think that Cliff Racer Onslaught doesn't really deserve to be in there. You could just play normal Cliff Racers. You could Galen some more in if you want more in your deck. Not to say that you can't have fun with Cliff Racer Onslaught, you certainly can. I just don't really think that there's a whole lot of reason to run that in any of your normal decks. Coming up next, we have the Cliff Strider. Cliff Strider is a 4-cost 3/4 with charge, but this creature can't attack your opponent. And at the end of your turn, if there are no enemy creatures in this lane, you move Cliff Strider. I think Cliff Strider is also going to go into why. It's not completely unplayable, but it's just like, what are you doing with this card? Any card that can't attack your opponent is it's not going to help you really win. It's going to help you do cleanup duty um, on your opponent's creatures, but I don't really think that that's good enough to justify it. Especially with the 3/4 stat line. Like, let's say that your opponent throws down an Apex Predator. What are you going to do with the Cliff Strider against an Apex Predator? You're not really going to do anything with that extra effect. Burn Clan Night Stalker, even the Bandari Opportunist, like, or not Bandari Opportunist, Bandari Bruiser. You're going to get one hit on this guy, move into the other lane, and then you're probably just going to die. It's really not all that great. So Cliff Strider, it might fit into some very, very niche decks, but I can't really think of anywhere I've seen someone play Cliff Strider, so I'm not even going to put it into niche. I'm going to put it into Y. Thankfully, we have the Clockwork Scorpion coming up next, and I think this thing slides easily into B tier. Maybe even A tier, but we'll have to think about that. Clockwork Scorpion is a 6-cost 3/7 with Drain and Lethal. It doesn't have a whole lot going on, but what it does have is a insane stat line. The 3/7 opens it up for a lot of possibilities going forward. You could be playing this thing in a Ring of Imaginary Might deck, and as soon as you put the ring on, you've got an insanely powerful creature with Drain and Lethal. You could play it in Assassin. You could play it in Monk. You could play it in Archer. I think there's a lot of versatility with this card. And the more that I talk about it, the more tempted I am to move it up. The only thing holding it back, I think, is its 6 cost stat line, which I think is very fair and justified for the attack and the defense that it has. But overall, um, very, very good card. Could be persuaded to put it into great, but I don't think that it goes any lower than B. Up next, we have the Cog Collector. Cog Collector is a 2-cost creature with a 1/2 stat line, and it has the pilfer effect of add a gear to Cog Collector. The last gasp effect of the Cog Collector is that you summon a random neutral creature with cost equal to the number of gears on Cog Collector. Cog Collector is instantly going into niche. This is a very, very niche card. You essentially have to be running cards like Move to get this thing out of the way. You have to be giving it cover consistently. If you want this thing to get up to a high cost Dwemer creature, you need it to stay alive for a long time, which it can't do by itself with a 1/2 stat line. Even if you just get 2 pilfers off on this thing, you're not really getting any great reward in return for it other than a continued presence on the board to bother your opponent with. So I think Cog Collector is a decent card. I just like Clockwork Scorpion, I could be persuaded to put this into solid, but I think it's low cost and just minimal reward for what it does isn't really going to get you anywhere unless you have a game plan for Dwemer or you have some kind of game plan for Pilfer. So Cog Collector by itself, kind of niche. Up next, we have the Corinthy Brawler. So it's a 5-cost 4/4. And the Wax effect, so this is the first we're getting into Wax and Wane. The Wax effect is +1/+1, and your opponent can't target Corinth the Brawler. I said Corinthy Brawler with actions. The Wane effect is that you gain 1 magicka this turn for each enemy creature in this lane. This card, uh, this card has always kind of struck me as odd. I think the first effect is way better. The Wax effect is way better. The +1/+1 and can't be targeted with actions is really, really insane. And that puts it up into solid alone for me. But the next effect, gain 1 magicka this turn for each enemy creature in this lane, that would bump it down into niche because it's very conditional on what your opponent is playing. So I think the first effect lands it in solid and it trumps the second effect by quite a bit. The second effect is good, and combined, I think that they land the Corinthy Brawler just straight into B tier. It's a decent card. Corner Club Gambler. I am going to put this into great. So Corner Club Gambler is a 4/3 for 3. The summon effect is that you must discard a card. At the start of your turn, draw 2 cards, and Corner Club Gambler loses this ability. One really fun effect with the Corner Club Gambler that's not mentioned on the card itself is that you can play this thing as the last card in your hand, and the effect will still proc. You do not have to discard a card. Even though the text says that you must, the text is lying to you. You can play this thing without discarding anything, and you can still get the effect of drawing 2 cards. One thing that we should touch on is that draw, that being just the effect of gaining another card on your turn, is one of the strongest effects in the whole game. Having card advantage on your opponent or having more cards in your hand than your opponent does means that you have more answers and more control in the future of how the game goes than your opponent does. Limiting the amount of card advantage that your opponent has is the best way that you can play this game. And Corner Club Gambler, if drawn on turn 3 or if you have the ring on turn 2, is really, really good. There's not a whole lot of ways to stop this effect from proccing in the early parts of the game. So, all that combined lands Corner Club Gambler solidly into the A tier of great. I'm actually going to put it up into S. I think Corner Club deserves the S tier spot. Just because of that hidden tech, too. It's really fun. Crazed Hunger is next up. It's a 2-cost 0/2, and it has charge, even though it has a 0 for its attack. Crazed Hunger has +2/+0 on your turn, though. There's a few interesting things that this can combo well with. The Marauder Chieftain will consistently gain +2 with this thing in the deck. I think that it's okay, but it's not providing any kind of threat on your opponent's turn. So I think that you'd have to be running a very specific deck to make Crazed Hunger really effective in it. So for that, he's going to go straight into niche. Curse, on the other hand, is probably B tier, bordering on A. Curse is a very powerful effect. So Curse, uh, it's just an action. It costs 0, and it gives a creature -1/-1. I think when judging Curse by itself as a card that you would have to put in a constructed deck, it's a solid card. It synergizes well with a lot of stuff. By itself, it's a lot like the Bitterfish Witch up here that does the same effect as Curse, but you're doing it for free, essentially. Um, the effect opens up a lot of possibilities for other cards in the future, such as the Leaf Lurker and Finish Off, which are both very solid cards. So, with all that considered, I don't think it rises above A because it's not doing anything incredible on its turn, but it is opening up a lot of pathways and it's a sneaky kind of card. Now, if we're talking about this card in general, where there are tons of cards that can generate this card, then it would probably be A tier or S tier even. But because we're just talking about stuffing this card in your deck as it is, it's a B tier card. It fits into also Swindler decks pretty well. So any card or any deck that's going to benefit from having 0 cost cards, Curse is a good way to get there. Okay, next we have Siriel. So Siriel is a 3-cost, 3/3 creature with the Pilfer effect of limiting, or lowering, I guess, reducing is the right word I'm looking for, reducing the cost of the top card of your deck by 3. This is a pretty powerful effect. I don't think that it's going to be in great because this card typically gets removed very easily. It's got a very low health pool and a very low damage pool, which actually the low damage can be good for pilfer cards. But Siriel on her own um, is pretty good to have on the board. Your opponent is going to want to get rid of this, but the thing is, it's easy to get rid of. It's not like an Apex Predator or a Brynjolf or a well, I guess those are the two that I've got up there. But it's not like those cards that are, they have a beefy stat line. It takes a little bit to get rid of them. Siriel can be removed by Crushing Blow, Reverberating Strike, Ice Storm, Lightning Bolt, Piercing Javelin, Edict of Azura, any of your normal kind of removal like that. So she's susceptible to a lot, and although she has a powerful effect, that is going to hold her back. She's also propped up by other cards like the Thieves' Den and the Master of Thieves. So I think on her own, she's good, but she has the potential to be great. Okay, coming up next is the Daedric Titan. So the Daedric Titan is a 5-cost, 6/4 creature, and its text reads that while you have another creature in each lane, the Daedric Titan has Drain and your opponent can't target it with actions. I think Daedric Titan is overall a fairly solid card. It's got a really decent stat line. If it procs, it's really, really good on its own. It's decent. Just having a 6/4 for 5 is pretty good. Um, the added benefit of Drain works really well in a lot of, decks that benefit from Pilfer and Drain type stuff. If you're ever really low, this is pretty good. It works nicely in Empire, and overall, I think that it's just kind of it's a good card. I mean, you can throw it in decks. It's leaning towards niche because of the conditional aspect of it, but in most games, you're going to be able to get this to go off on a semi-consistent basis, I would say, because you want to be having more than one creature on the board at any given time. So the chances of you splitting your lanes up are already pretty high because that's just generally a fairly smart way to play the game. And Daedric Titan will add a intimidating presence onto the board that cannot be interacted with until those other creatures are destroyed. So with all that together, it makes for a pretty compelling card. Up next, we have the Daring Cut Purse. So the Daring Cut Purse is a 2/2 for 2. And this thing is just so simple, but it's really good actually. I'm going to put it up into great. The reason that this falls into great is because it snowballs pretty heavily. On its own, a 2/2 for 2 is a decent stat line. The Prophecy is an added bonus to this card. It can come out when your opponent is not expecting it due to the rune feature. And the Pilfer of +1/+1 means that when you get this thing down on turn 2, it's going to be very hard to stop for your opponent. When you combo this with stuff like all the move cards that are available to pilfer creatures to avoid guards, and when you throw in stuff like the Master of Thieves, and you throw in stuff like the Thieves' Den, the Daring Cut Purse is just a fantastic card, and it's really hard to slow down once it gets rolling. Other than that, not much more to say on that card, really. It's a pretty simple card. Up next is an action. So we have Daring Heist down here. It's a 3-cost action, and it's kind of a convoluted one. So you draw 2 cards. Daring Heist can't be played, however, unless a creature in each lane damaged your opponent this turn. Honestly, this one is bordering on why or unplayable. I can't really figure out which. The reason being is that there's already a card that's way better than this that draws 2 cards. And we'll get to that when we get to that. But this thing currently is kind of low on the list. I don't know why you would really use this unless you're doing a kind of pilfer-based deck where you're going to be hitting your opponent. But even then, there's still a better card than this for that. So I'm going to put this in unplayable. You really wouldn't play this at any point in your Legends career unless you didn't have access to the card that's coming up. Um, that card, of course, is Spoils of War. Spoils of War already benefits you from hitting your opponent, and it starts out at I forget what Spoils starts out at. We'll get to it eventually, but it's just a much better way to draw cards than this. It's not exactly why, um, because like with the Anzalil Invader, that's kind of why, because it's not too bad to just play down by itself, but I don't know why you ever would. Daring Heist is actively just going to be dead weight in your hand if you haven't if you haven't played uh, or if you haven't attacked with creatures before playing it. So I'm just going to put that into unplayable. Stay away from Daring Heist, I would imagine, is good advice for you. Okay, up next is a 0-cost action, Dead Drop. Dead Drop is an interesting one. This is give a friendly creature slay, put a completed contract into your hand this turn. It may move to attack creatures in the other lane this turn. Dead Drop's going right into niche. It's pretty much only here for slay decks, and it works pretty well in slay decks, but if you were to put this thing in a different kind of deck, you probably wouldn't get much value out of it. It doesn't really have a place um, in most decks, I would say. It can be used to do some kind of sneaky, tricky things, but when you look at the whole package that the card is providing, it's really just more of a niche thing. Not bad by any means, but not super great in all cases. Debilitate is a 7-cost action that we're going to be moving on to next. And Debilitate is interesting. It gives all creatures -2/-2, and whenever you've empowered, gives all all creatures, by the way, on enemy side and friendly side. Um, with the empower of the card costing 1 less, though. So every time that you hit your opponent, this card gets cheaper. I really have never been a big fan of this card. I tried it out when I was a younger man playing Elder Scrolls Legends, and I didn't really like it back then when it first came out, and I still don't really like it now. I think in terms of trying to uh, get your opponent's board wiped, there are way better options than Debilitate. Even as a lowered card, like if you were to get this thing down to 4, it would still be hurting your own cards. Still has a negative benefit to it. If you're playing goblins or something like that, that kind of thrive off of the lowering of attributes, like Bloody Hand Chef, for instance, Bloody Hand Chef is going to get lowered by this, so you'll have to meet a certain requirement before you can actually play this with Bloody Hand Chef's health. It could be a really fun combo there, but I don't even know if Debilitate belongs in niche. There might be some fringe instances where it's good, But honestly, I feel like I might get a little bit flamed for this, but I'm gonna put debilitate into Y. And feel free to correct me. I just don't know why you would play this when there's things like Ice Storm available. There's things like Drain Vitality that are coming up that are just a more healthy version of Debilitate. Sai Sahan kind of works as a better version of Debilitate when paired with Drain Vitality. So I don't know. You can give me your thoughts down below, but I don't really think that this card has a whole lot of value. Up next, we have the Deepwood Trapper. Deepwood Trapper is a one-cost guard with the 1/3 stat line. And this guard has the effect of shackling creatures that are damaged by the Deepwood Trapper. So this can be damage that happens on your turn as an attack or damage that happens on your opponent's turn as defense. I think the Deepwood Tracker is a pretty good card. It's very solid. I wouldn't say that it's great or anything, but the one cost with the 1/3 stat line is nothing to really mess around with, especially when paired with the guard keyword. And its effect is fairly unique. There's not a whole lot of stuff that will shackle upon being hit, if there's anything that will shackle upon being hit. So this can really throw your opponent for a loop, and I think that it's a it's a pretty good card. I don't really have like a whole lot. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it other than I think you should give it a try in some decks. Deranged Corpus is coming up next. It is a 2-cost 0/1 creature, and the Deranged Corpus has +5/+0 on your turn. I am going to throw this also into niche. It's pretty much just used in aggro decks, and it's got a pretty sad stat line whenever it's not, you know, buffed up with the 5 attack. But that's very conditional. It's only on your turn. Makes it a very easy target to be killed. I think that there are probably you know what? I'm going to throw this down into Y as well. I don't know really, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know why you would want to be playing this. Because if you're playing aggro with agility, you're probably playing archer or you're probably playing assassin. You could do aggro scout or aggro monk, I guess. My point is, though, in the most common versions of like aggro agility, unless you're doing mono agility, I don't think that this is the best option for you at your 2 slot. I don't know, just a lot of other cards in red that don't have such a low stat line on your opponent's turn to make them easy to kill. So Deranged Corpus is actually going to go into Y for me. I don't really see a whole lot of reasons. Oh, Deranged Corpus is actually giving me something crazy to talk about. If you were to have a Marauder Chieftain with a Deranged Corpus, is that something that would work? Marauder Chieftain gets the same amount of attack power that was granted to a creature. Would that work if this thing stayed alive for multiple turns? That's something that I need to try out. I'm bumping it back into niche. I'm thinking maybe it has a spot. I had to talk through this one a little bit, but I think Deranged Corpus will go into niche. This is a tricky one, though. I could even see a place for it in solid. Because if you were to get this thing down on turn 2 and just deal some big burst damage, that might be nice. I'm interested to hear your guys' thoughts on the Deranged Corpus, though. My word is not law. This is just it's a fun tier list idea. So, like I said, don't kill me for some of these opinions. It's just a thought experiment at the end of the day. Deshaun Avenger. So Deshaun Avenger is a 4-cost 3/3. The last gasp effect being that it summons a Deshaun Sneak, which is a 3/3. So it basically summons a copy of itself, but it can't do the same thing that it does with the last gasp effect. I am going to put Deshaun Sneak into solid. I think that it's a pretty good card. I don't think it's as great as these guys up here, but it's certainly very good. You're essentially getting 6 damage and 6 health for a 4-cost creature with this thing, although it is split between 2 creatures. It provides a threat. I mean, if it gets silenced, then you're losing a little bit of value for the cost, but you can't really prepare for those kind of things all the time in your games. So the Deshaun Avenger is going to be a pretty solid choice for the solid slot in B tier. Okay, up next is the Devious Bandit. Devious Bandit is a 6 cost 3/3. Summon, deal 3 damage to your opponent, and gain 3 health. Devious Bandit has the Pilfer abilities of all your creatures. This is a straight up niche card. It's good. Niche doesn't necessarily mean bad. It just means that you need to have some other stuff propping it up. If you have 0 Pilfer creatures and you play this thing, whoop-de-doo, you dealt 3 damage and you gained 3 health, and now you have a 3/3 creature that's useless for a 6 cost. Any card can kind of work in the right deck. I'm looking at you guys down here though. But a lot of cards can work in the right kind of deck, and Devious Bandit thrives in Pilfer Monk or in Pilfer Empire. But on its own, going to be a pretty bad card to draw in your aggro archer list. So I think for that reason, I'm going to put it into niche. Some of you might see that as unfair, but this is my tier list, damn it. If I want to make something unfair, I will. Dominion Oathman is next up for us, and it's a 1 cost 2/2. Dominion Oathman has the summon effect of if you have a blank card, or really I should say all of the Oathmen have the effect of if you have a blank card, you get this, and if you have a blank card, you get this. So for the Dominion Oathman, summon. If you have a willpower card in play, you gain Drain. If you have an intelligence card in play, you deal 2 damage to your opponent. The Dominion Oathman is paired with a lot of other Oathmen in the list. They are always necessary to be put into 3-color decks for the most part, because that's where they'll get both of their benefits from. Dominion Oathman, I think, is actually really good just by itself, though. This card can work, well, not by itself, obviously, but this card can work in uh, Assassin, where you're trying to get a little bit of reach out of all of your cards because it combos with that blue. It can work in health gain decks like I keep saying Monk, but Health Gain Monk, this card is pretty good in, and it's just overall really solid in ordinary decks. So there are a lot of positives to this card. It's pretty versatile when you think about the other Oathmen. It's got a lot of value that it can provide, but I think I'm still going to throw it into niche because I don't know. The niche tier is my new favorite spot for cards to go. Up next, Dova of the Voice. Dova of the Voice is a 7 cost 6/4 with the last gasp effect of put a random shout into your hand. I think that Dova of the Voice is one of the dragons that I'm not a big fan of. Dova of the Voice is, I don't know, when you prop it up against the other dragons, it doesn't really seem as good. You've got stuff doing more than it for less of a cost. Like Spine of Elder's Blood, I think is just straight up way better than this thing. And it works, I guess, in some kind of shout-based decks. If you pull this thing off of a Call Dragon, it's not the end of the world. But do you really want to see Dova of the Voice? Like, does anyone play Dova of the Voice and like they really love this card, like it's their favorite card in the whole world? It's a 7 cost that can be killed by Lightning Bolt. It's It's kind of a pathetic dragon. So I think when talking about dragons, I am bordering on why. Just because the cost is so high for this thing, and it doesn't really justify it. The shout that you get could be anything. It could be one of the worst ones, like I don't know, Fire Breath isn't really that good of a card. I use it. I like Fire Breath, but it's not as good as some of the other ones, right? So unless you're rolling Solitaire on this guy every time, or you're rolling like a 3rd level Unrelenting Force, which you have to have already upgraded the Unrelenting Force if you're going to roll the 3rd level. I just don't think that Dova of the Voice is really worth playing. There's probably other stuff that you can find that would be way better in your deck. And so for that reason, Dova of the Voice, you're going into Y. Although maybe that's not fair with these other cards, but maybe we'll come back to them. I don't know. Okay. Dragon Guard Outcast is next. This is a 3-cost 1/3 with the effect of being lethal, and it has the summon effect of Dragon Guard Outcast has cover until she attacks. This is a solid card. I don't have any complaints with this thing. I think that it provides a pretty oppressive force. Like if you just throw this thing into the field lane, your opponent is going to be a little bit worried. They're going to be looking at that thing and kind of upset the whole time that you've just got this menacing force there, but it doesn't really have a whole lot of, I don't know, utility on its own. It doesn't really provide a good stat line for the cost. Most of the cost in this card is being funneled into the actual effect that it's providing you. And it works well in stuff like archer decks that are using Quicksilver Crossbow and whatnot to get value out of their low damage lethal creatures. So I think there's enough that you can do with it. I don't think it's just niche because this thing can have some power just by having its presence on the board for such a low cost. So I'll throw it into solid. I think they've earned that. Drain Blood is our action coming up next. Drain Blood is a 4-cost action. It's got Betray, and it's give a creature -2/-2. I like to put this thing into Y quite a bit, but I think, well, not that I make these rankings often, but my thought process there basically was I usually just use Lightning Bolt instead of this thing because this thing is conditional Lightning Bolt. It's 4 damage being dealt to a creature essentially that you have to have Betray for. So you have to have another one of your creatures, you have to kill that creature, and then you've dealt your 4 damage. But unlike Lightning Bolt, this has to be on a creature. It can't be on your opponent's face. You cannot use this thing to win the game most of the time. I've seen very specific circumstances where Drain Blood can be good. I believe, again, with Bloody Hand Chef, if I'm not mistaken, it would be a pretty good combo there. If you have, what are those things called? Not Spines of Elder's Blood, but the other one, Sheer Point. If you have a Sheer Point out, Drain Blood gets way better. But I don't really think that it's all that fantastic. I will throw it into niche because it does have a place in those kind of minus effect decks. You also could use this thing with Leaf Lurker. You could pair that pretty well with Leaf Lurker and finish off if you were to use the effect on uh, on 2 creatures rather than 1. So that's another benefit that you could do for Drain Blood. But in most cases, I would just pick Lightning Bolt because that's the kind of player that I am. Okay, Drain Vitality. Drain Vitality is a 1-cost shout. The first level of the shout is that you give an enemy creature -1/-1. The second level is that you give an enemy creature -2/-2. And the third level is that you give all enemy creatures in a lane -2/-2. Yeah, this card is just good, guys. Drain Vitality goes right into great. It's everything that you get out of these cards up here. Like Curse is a 0 cost, right? But Drain Vitality being a 1, it'll upgrade itself uh, for just 1 more cost than the Curse. And I think that the final level of Drain Vitality is really solid. It probably would go straight up into S tier if not for the nerfs that happened. Drain Vitality used to do -2/-2 to every enemy creature on the board. It now only does it to 1 lane. So that hit the card kind of heavily, but not really because it's still a very good card. And another thing that you always have to keep in mind with shouts is that Call Dragon now exists in the game. There's pretty clearly no getting rid of that. And I think that that always needs to be taken into account because everybody plays that card. So Call Dragon will buff this thing up without you ever having to play Drain Vitality, and you can essentially get 3 level 3 Drain Vitalities that will do -2/-2 to an entire lane for 1 cost, just because of Call Dragon. On top of that, you've got cards like Parthenax that will generate more of these. You've got cards like Thorana that can copy more shouts in. it's a nightmare. So Drain Vitality, because of all the external forces, is going into great. You might not think that that's super fair because it has to kind of be played with dragons, but dragons are almost sort of the go-to deck that I see a lot of people playing now. Any card that has a creature type that's got a lot of synergy with it is going to be powerful. So if you think dragons, you think orcs, that type of stuff, they're easy to play and they're easy to win with because they have so many cards going for them in their favor. So it's just a matter of fact these cards are very popular now, and I think Drain Vitality has earned its spot up with the greats. Okay, so after Drain Vitality, we've got the Drez Spy. The Drez Spy is a zero-cost 1/1 creature with the summon effect of look at the top card of your deck, and you may discard it. This card is pretty solid. It fits into a handful of decks. It's a zero cost, which is really cool, and it's got a very nice effect. You can not only get knowledge of what your card is, but you can get rid of it too if it's something that you don't want at that time. With things like the graveyard existing or the discard pile, whatever you want to call it, you can use this to pretty high value for kind of looking at a creature. Then you can throw it in the trash can essentially, and if you pull some kind of revival effect, you can get that thing out of the discard pile then and back into your hand at a later date. I've used similar cards to this to a similar effect. Sometimes there's cards that you just need to discard for the time being. I remember one specific instance I pulled a Naryu and it just wasn't the time for her, so I got rid of her. Uh, because you don't need a Naryu at turn, I don't know, turn 3 whenever I drew her. So you just got to know when it's a good time to get rid of stuff, and I think the Dress Spy is a good way of doing that. Dune Smuggler. Oh boy, Dune Smuggler. Where do I put this guy? Dune Smuggler is sort of a niche card in the sense that you have to be playing move for this thing to work. However, it does provide the move effect when it's summoned, so this thing will get value. I'm going to throw this thing up into high B tier. It's like at the top of B, it's almost in great. It might even be in great. My mind might get changed later on in the video. Dune Smuggler has the stat line of cost 3, then stat line of 1/1. Summon effect is that you move another friendly creature in this lane. When a friendly creature moves, you give it +1/+1. So not only are you buffing a creature, you are moving it into a more safe location, maybe, or you're moving it into a spot that you want it in. Dune Smuggler has lost me probably like 600 games. I don't even know if I played that many games. But Dune Smuggler, it feels like this thing always comes up just at the worst time. Like you've just put down a guard or something, you're at like 2 health, and then your opponent just uses a Dune Smuggler, and then they shift a card over, and then it's game over for you because move cards are really fun. So Dune Smuggler, I hate it so much I want to say that it's better than it is, but maybe it's more a me problem. Maybe it's more a skill issue. But I think Dune Smuggler is really good, so I'm going to put it at the top of B. It synergizes really well with move decks, obviously. It's like the main card that you use in those. Speaking of, we have the Dune Stalker. So the Dune Stalker essentially does the same thing that the Dune Smuggler does, but to a worse extent. So it has a 2 cost this time instead of a 3 with the same stat line, but Dune Stalker has Prophecy, and it has Summon, move another friendly creature in this lane. I think that this goes at the top of niche. Well, maybe it's still solid. I don't know. Move is such a powerful effect because it's something that your opponent can never truly fully prepare for. You could have guards in both lanes, that's true, but sometimes when you're at low health, you don't really know what your opponent is going to do. And if you have a card, like if your opponent has a card in the shadow lane, you have to block that card with your guard. But then if they move it over, it's like you want to kick yourself in the head for not putting the guard in the other lane. But if you didn't do that, you would have died. Do you see what I'm saying with move? It's a very, very powerful effect. It's super strong. I think that these guys are are really good cards and they pair very well together. Plus, the Dune Stalker has prophecy. Like that's just another added benefit on top. So I think all in all, I'm gonna keep them in B at the top of B. Uh, Even though they're a niche mechanic, the move mechanic itself is so good that they kind of deserve to be higher up. And I think once we do all the agility cards, I will take a look back at these and I'll see if there's any that need to be moved. Okay, up next, the Dunmer Tyro. The Dunmer Tyro is a 1/4 for 3 with the charge effect, with the charge keyword, and then the veteran effect of +2/+0. Dunmer Tyro is good. It's solid. It's like a very effective card. There's not really um, a bad reason, like a downside to playing this thing. It works best in veteran-based decks, but really on its own, like if you're just playing aggro charge, you could throw this thing in there. That'd be fine. It does suffer from the silence effect. So if it gets muted or silenced or whatever, this thing will return to its 1/4 stat line, which is kind of sad. But the high health and the low damage and the decent cost make this thing pretty decent in the early game. You can throw it out, it can survive its first attack generally because of its large health pool, and then it can come back for more with a higher attack stat line later on. So I'm going to throw it into solid. I think it's pretty good. Up next is the Dust Eater Skirmisher. When Dust Eater Skirmisher takes damage from a creature, give that creature -1/-1. This is another pretty solid card. I don't think it goes so high as great, but Dust Eater Skirmisher, again, works best in Goblin decks, but can be used to decent effect in a lot of other decks. Just any cards that are kind of low cost with a good text on the bottom of it will be pretty high up on my list. I think that getting good cards in the early game is very, very important. And Dust Eater Skirmisher has a very cool effect with the -1/-1 effect of any creature hitting it. So maybe not the most applicable overall for every single kind of deck, but Dust Eater Skirmisher probably isn't going to hurt your deck if you put it in. All right, let's talk about this guy next. So the Eager Torturer. The Eager Torturer is a 3-cost 2/2 Imperial. When you sacrifice a creature, Eager Torturer gains +2/+2. I absolutely love the Eager Torturer. I think that he's such a stupid card because he's got this weird stat line of 3-cost 2/2. And then they expect you to be betraying creatures and like sacrificing them on your turn. And that's just not always going to happen with the Eager Torturer. And furthermore, it's very hard to keep him alive. People usually just throw a javelin at him or they execute him or he's just dumb. He's one of my favorite well, I shouldn't say he's my favorite character from Oblivion, but I really like this character in the Shivering Isles DLC and I think it's funny that he's a card. But I am probably going to throw him into Y. I just don't know why you would ever use this thing. It's so hard to get value out of. Um, he does belong in niche though, right? Because you can get value out of him. It's just so hard. Uh, Man, I've tried making him work before. Maybe that'll be my next project, is getting the Eager Torturer to work. But he's just not very well propped up by the cards around him. And then when he does get propped up, he just dies. So he'll go niche, pretty much bottom of niche, uh, top of Y, I guess, is a good spot to put him. Up next, though, we finally have a good card again to talk about. So we've got the Eclipse Baroness. I'm going to throw her into great. I think she's really, really good. The Eclipse Baroness actually justifies her high cost, unlike the Dova of the Voice, in my opinion, which it can technically draw Drain Vitality, but like it could also draw Call of Valor, and that's just not really something that we all need in our lives in every single deck. So Eclipse Baroness is a 8-cost creature with a 5/5 stat line, and the summon and last gasp effect of this card both draw a card and reduce its cost by 2. Draw is already a very, very powerful effect in this game, and when we're getting essentially 2 cards drawn with 1 card and their cost is going to be lowered, that's a super awesome effect. Eclipse Baroness, when silenced, does suffer a little bit because the last gasp effect is gone. However, the 5/5 body is still appreciated. The 8 cost leaves a little bit to be desired in terms of damage, but when you combo all of the effects together that this 5/5 stat line has, it's very useful, especially when you're using decks like Betray or Sacrifice decks. So maybe we could talk to the Eager Torturer about the Eclipse Baroness. But when you're using those kind of effects and you can instantly get this thing to die and give you another card, it can be very, very solid. So I think that Eclipse Baroness deserves its spot in A tier next to the big boys up here. Okay, Elder Centaur. Elder Centaur is a 5/4 for 5. I don't think I've ever seen anyone play this against me. Elder Centaur has the text of after he attacks, you give him cover. I have tried making cover decks work. I really want to make a cover deck work one day, but as of right now, it just doesn't. This thing's actually decent though, to be honest. The Elder Centaur, it's actually kind of decent. After it attacks, give him cover. He can't really belong down here, right? Because if we're looking at his stat line for the Ancillal Invader, he does have a better stat line and he has text on his card, and it's actually kind of useful text. I'm going to throw the Elder Centaur in solid. I don't know. I guess I was thinking that his effect was worse than it is, but it's really not that bad. Um, yeah, granting cover after an attack is pretty good. I think that this card might be a little bit slept on now that I'm looking at it. Try him out in your aggro decks and see how he works for you. I'm very curious about that. But that's going to be my ruling on him. He deserves his spot, but I still don't think I've ever seen anyone play him. Okay, Elder Gleam Matron is a 3-cost 4/2 with the summon effect of put a random animal into your hand, into your hand. Um, the Elder Gleam Matron is going to go right into solid. I think its effect is decent. It's a little bit RNG, but there are a lot of RNG cards in this game anyway, and it generates value. It gives you a card for playing it. The 3-cost 4/2 stat line is decent. It's got a weird looking tree art on it. It's kind of neat. I like it. And yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to say about this. It works pretty well in animal-based decks, but you don't really see a whole lot of people playing those these days. I don't know. I think that it's more solid than niche though. You don't just have to play this thing in animal decks. It's not restricted by anything. It's more an extra effect that can be benefited from. And our solid list you can see is really going to fill up and probably take up most of the tier list going forward. Okay, Elixir of Light Feet. This is a support card with the effect of giving a creature cover when you click on it, and you get to choose the creature, obviously. This thing has 3 uses. It's uh, hmm. Yeah, it's kind of niche. This isn't something that you would regularly run. You can't really get a whole lot of value out of it from every single deck, and I think that decks that really do want to get this thing to proc off, like cover scout, it's just not worth playing in the first place. So you can make it work, much like the Eager Torturer, but it just barely scrapes by into niche for me because while it is good, it doesn't. Oh man, I don't know. This card is breaking my brain right now because the effect should be good, right? That it grants creatures cover. You could have cover in the field lane. That should be good. Like it should go into solid, but I don't ever see anyone use this thing. I don't really think it would get a whole lot of value. Just 3 uses. I don't know. It's it's niche. I said it. It's niche. Moving on. We're going to talk about the Elytra Noble. So the Elytra Noble is actually it's very interesting because it's a double card. So it's doubled with this card over here, Feldu, I'm actually going to put them next to each other because they kind of come as one package. The Elytra Noble being a 6 cost 4/6, it feels like I don't know why you would use it, honestly, because of one card in particular, and that's the Clockwork Scorpion. Clockwork has the exact same cost and a really, like, honestly, it has a better stat line and it has keywords. It has 2 keywords instead of 1. So I'm going to throw Elytra Noble into Y. Actually, it is outclassed by a card in its same color, and for that reason, I think it belongs down here. Feldu is very interesting. It's lethal, but it's only for 1 turn. It grants a creature lethal, but only for 1 turn. And it's an action. So it's not an item that will be granted to a creature indefinitely. It's just more like, I don't know, it's an effect that comes and goes. I'm going to throw it into niche because it works kind of well uh, in lethal type decks, but it feels wrong to rule Feldu on a higher plane than the Elytra Noble, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like if Elytra Noble gets D tier, Feldu should probably be D tier too because they come together as a package. But again, this is my tier list. I'm going to do what I want. Feldu's going to be niche. Feldu's niche tier. It's not bad. It's not great. It's kind of just right in the middle. You have to build around for it. Okay, so alphabetically then next is the Embassy Disguise. This is a kind of slept on item, I think. So it's a 2 cost item with the +0/+1 stat line that gets added to the creature that wears it. And the summon effect is that you draw a card. Then the wielder has cover until it attacks. I think this thing's really good. I'm going to put it into solid. It might earn a spot into great, but if this doesn't, like, if Dune Smuggler doesn't get great, then this can't get great, can it? Yeah, that doesn't seem fair. I'm going to put it to the top of B. I think this is an extremely, extremely, extremely slept on card. And I don't know, it's just something that doesn't really get utilized. So there you go. Okay, the Empire Dreadmage. This is a 7 cost creature with a 7/5 stat line. The summon effect is if you have another creature in each lane, give a creature -2/-2. I don't get this thing. I don't get why you would play it. I've looked at it time and time again when I'm building my my Empire decks, my Imperial based Empire decks, and it just isn't really enough to justify it. I mean, sure, you're getting a 7 attack, 5 defense body on the board, but that effect is just so meh. And if we're looking at our 7 costs, yeah, this thing is much better. Well, not much, but it's better than Dova of the Voice in terms of the actual stat line for the cost. But if you're playing an Empire deck that's focused on trying to get as many tokens uh, on the board as possible and whittling your opponent down that way, what good is giving one creature -2/-2? It just feels like such a lazy thing that they attached to this card, like they didn't quite know what to do with it. It doesn't fit well into decks that actually want to do -2/-2 stuff, like Shearpoint decks. I think there's a little bit too much that you have to do before actually getting that effect to proc off. It's just not really worth it in my opinion. I think I'm going to throw it into Y. I just don't really understand what this card does. I mean, I know what it does, obviously, but I don't know where it fits. It just feels like an out of place card. Okay, coming up next is the Feasting Vulture. Feasting Vulture is a 3/2 for 3, and it has the summon effect of +2/+2 if a creature died this turn. Yeah, that's niche. It can be effective sometimes, maybe in the right deck. If you're doing some kind of a self-sacrifice deck or an altar deck, maybe you could get some kind of value out of the Feasting Vulture. Might work well in some animal-based decks as well, but as it stands, it's not that interesting of a card. There's not really a whole lot to talk about, and I think we're going to move right on to the Fighters Guild Recruit. Fighters Guild Recruit is going to go into S tier? S tier maybe? The thing about this card is that it's got a lot going for it. You think at first a 1/2 guard for 2 is not that intimidating. And I'll grant you that. It's not. But, however, this thing has prophecy, it has guard, and it has lethal. So, when your opponent breaks a rune and this guy comes down, this can be one of the scariest cards in the whole game to face against because you might have some Odaving in your field lane, 10 power, 10 health, and then the Fighters Guild recruit comes down and it can just kill it on the next turn. This thing can also benefit from the same thing that every other lethal creature can, that being Quicksilver Crossbow and Archer's Gambit. So always keep an eye out for those. And I don't think I've built a green deck in a long time without including this card. So that's the reason that I'm going to put it into S. It's almost an auto include into everything. Finish off. Finish off destroys a wounded creature, and a wounded creature is just any creature that has had its stats lowered through the effect of an action or through damage from a creature. Finish off is really good. I think it's going to go into great actually. Really good removal and helpful in a lot of different scenarios. It's just a flat out hard removal. It'll kill anything that's taken damage, and that's good in just about any deck. It's not like the Empire Dreadmage over here that has a lot of setup to do for a pretty minimal account. Uh, Finish off, the only setup you need to do is have dealt damage to a creature, and then it'll proc off. And I think that's a pretty reasonable thing to ask somebody to do in this game, is to damage the other creatures. So S tier for finish off. I think that might be our first hard removal that we've talked about. And hard removal is probably going to be pretty high up towards the top. Up next is the Fleeting Apparition. Okay, Fleeting Apparition is a 5-cost action. And this thing, I love it. It's got Betray. Summon a random creature from your deck that costs 3 or less to a random lane, then you unsummon it at the end of your turn. This is essentially like Draw that gets revoked at the end of your turn. It draws 2 cards from your deck and plays them, and then it bumps them back into your hand. This card is very, very sneaky. It's very, very underrated. And it's also very, very niche, though. You have to build around this card entirely. You need creatures that have under 2 attack power. So it does provide draw, but it's providing, or did I say attack power? It needs creatures that cost less than 3. So you need to have this kind of weird workaround deck for it. And I've been known to make it work in the past, but it's not always going to be super easy to do. So Fleeting Apparition, it gets a good old niche thumbs up from me. Okay, when I was last recording, I was about to fall asleep and I went over to my bed and I crashed. So we're back. The next card on our list is Fresh Start. So Fresh Start is a 6-cost action that draws 3 cards. I think this is solid. It's probably top of solid. It's really good. Being able to draw 3 cards is pretty powerful. I think having 3 of these in one deck is a little bit overkill, but having just 2 or even 1 can be really, really nice for your tempo to be able to just refill your entire hand essentially sometimes. Um, I think actually I might put this up into great. And again, there's a lot of cards here that are up for debate, that are up for discussion. So I think that you know what? No, I'm gonna go with my gut feeling and put it high B. Not that these are arranged in any real particular order, but I'm gonna put Fresh Start in high B. I think that's a good spot for it. Next up is Jim Stacy. So Gentleman Jim Stacy is a 7-cost 5/4 creature who forces your opponent to give you one of the cards that's in their hand. This guy is very situational, but he can be good in just about every circumstance. If you draw Gentleman Jim Stacy, um, play him down, you're going to force your opponent to at least give you something. And if your opponent only has 1 card in your hand or in their hand, and you know what that card is, Gentleman Jim is going to be giving you some really good, some really really good uh, forced play, I guess, from your opponent. I've actually quit games before. I quit a game because I was playing Singleton, and the only card in my hand was Siege of Stros Mackay, and my opponent, I don't even think they knew. They played Gentleman Jim, and I just quit because that's demoralizing. So Gentleman Jim's really good. I don't know if he's always going to go into great because he does have a 7 cost, and that's pretty high. And the card that your opponent gives you, like let's say your opponent gives you a barter or gives you a daring heist, you're not really going to want uh, one of those in your hand. So it has the potential to give you some negative value, I suppose. Um, but I don't really think that it's on the same caliber as some of these. It's got a pretty good stat line. It's actually got the same stat line as Charis Reaper, except this gives you a card. So if Charis Reaper had the effect of draw a card, would it be at the same level? I think Gentleman Jim belongs in B. I think he's a good fit in B. He can be great. He has the potential to win games, but I think that I don't know, just the complete situationalness of it is landing him in B. That doesn't drop him down into C, into niche, because this guy's pretty much good anytime you play him because you're going to be getting a card, unless of course your opponent has no cards in their hand. So he's not useless. He's actually got a use every time that you put him down, no matter what green deck you're going to be using. It's just he'll get more value from some players better than others, so B seems like a good spot for him. Up next is Giant Bat. Giant Bat easily either goes into great or into solid. I'm going to say he doesn't quite have the power of some of these other cards, but you know what? Looking at this list now here, there's a few adjustments that I want to make. I do want to put Dune Smuggler up into A tier because the move effect by itself is very good. And I think when looking at stuff like Burn Clan Night Stalker, I do believe this is a pretty great card. And I want to keep it up there. And I think when looking at Burn Clan, it just made me realize that even though a card can be kind of gimmicky, it makes it into great still, in my opinion. And I think the Giant Bat is going to go up into great as well. This thing is just really good. It's not like anything too crazy, you know. It's not going to win you a match most of the time just by playing it, but it can win you a match if your opponent is low enough. This is probably one of the best charge creatures in the game. The fact that it has Drain is also really, really nice. It's kind of able to help you sustain. And if you're doing the kind of broken combo that we all know about at this point with the ring in intelligence, I can't think of the name, we'll get there eventually in this list. It's insane. You grant every single creature the keywords charge and drain, and you just win the game, basically. There used to be a whole combo that involved this called the Nyx Ox combo. Thankfully, they did patch that. It's not the current state of Legends that we're in now, so we did actually receive updates back in the day, and they got rid of that. But I think Giant Bat remains as a good pick for you to put in a lot of your green decks. A lot of people run this card, and there's a clear reason. It's not a super, super powerful card, but it's a great card nonetheless. It provides a lot of cool value. Okay, down here we have the Giant Snake. So the Giant Snake is a 5 cost 3/3 with the summon effect of shackle all enemy creatures in this lane. I think this card's really good. I'm going to put it into solid. It's a solid option in a lot of decks. It's not always going to provide value if there's no creatures in the lane that you're playing it in. That's going to suck. But the cost is pretty good when combined with the actual value that you're getting from it. You're going to slow your opponent down by quite a bit, and that may give you time to set up and put other creatures in the lane as well to really reimburse your field, whatever lane you decide to play this in. And yeah, I think just generally not a whole lot to say about it. It's good. Its stat line is a little squishy when you think about things like reverberating strike, but it's also out of the range of stuff like execute. So it's got a little bit of both worlds there with that 3/3 stat line. The 5 cost may be a little bit extra, but I think 4 or 3 would be too low and 6 would be too high, so 5 seems like a great spot for that. Going down another tick on our list is the glass greaves. So the glass greaves are a 1 cost item, and this item is fairly interesting. It's got a +1/+1 stat line when equipped, and it has plot. I think this is the first plot card that we've seen. So plot is if you've played a card on your turn, you get the plot effect for any card that you play after that. The plot is that you reduce the cost of a random card in your hand by 1. It's pretty good, but it's a little bit situational. You kind of want to play this um, in Hlalu decks, I guess, but getting a reduction of 1 on any creature can be solid. It's not like I'm going to throw it into solid. It's not like it's something that belongs in only one type of deck, right? It's not constrained to any type of deck, but I don't think this is a card that you would really play in like a whole lot of decks. It kind of almost needs its own tier. Like it's useful. It's just not it's not something on the same caliber as Gentleman Jim or Clockwork Scorpion, right? Um, I'm gonna say for me, this is it's gonna stay in solid for now because again, it's not like the Brotherhood Sanctuary that's a very good card, but it's confined to Slay decks. I think it's gonna have to stay B. And when I look at this card too, the Orinthia Gorilla, I think I'm gonna bump that back up to B. Because again, this is not restrained by circumstances or any kind of deck. You can play this and it can get value. It's just not always going to get value, but a 3/4 for 3 is not a bad choice at all. Okay, like I said, we're going to be moving some stuff around maybe. You guys will kind of see where my opinion's at on some of these. Okay, we have the Gloom Lurker next. This is a 2 cost 3/1. It's a prophecy, and it's got the summon effect of give a creature cover. I think this card is pretty decent. I won't go so far as to say that it's super slept on, but it is a little bit slept on. Giving a creature cover can be really helpful if you are not using guards in your deck to block up lanes and you're just trying to play like pure aggro without guards for some reason. Gloom Lurker could actually be pretty good. The 2 cost for the 3/1 stat line, not bad for aggro decks. And I think that just keeping your cards in and out of damage with the cover could be pretty nice. So I don't know. I'm gonna put it into solid. That's my final verdict on that. It's not a great card, but it's not really a bad card either. It's just kind of solid. It's okay. Okay. Underneath Gloom Lurker, we have the Goblin Skulk. Goblin Skulk, Goblin D's nuts. Is going up into great. Goblin Skulk is really, really good. This thing, I haven't even explained what it does yet. It's a 3 cost 2/3, and it has Pilfer, draw a random 0 cost card from your deck. This effect is insane when you pair it with this card here. Curse, Cruel Firebloom is another really good 0 cost. There's a lot of pretty decent 0 costs as well, and a lot of decks that benefit from having a lot of 0 costs in their list. So, Goblin Skulk, all things considered, is a great card. It's got a low stat line, but it also has a low cost, so we can't really fault the stat line too badly for that. It's not going to go up into amazing, but I think that this card has a really good effect, and I fear this thing every time that it comes out. I think one thing with these A tier cards that I'm kind of noticing now, they're cards that you want to get rid of quickly. They're cards that when your opponent puts them down, they evoke some kind of reaction from you, some kind of fear from you. And yeah, they're cards that you can't really do with sitting around, especially on the first turn that they're played. Like you want to get these things out as soon as possible. Um, with that said, there could be a card in here or two that you want to get rid of quickly as well, but they're not always going to be on the same par as these guys. So anyway, moving down to Grand Ball. This is an action. It's a 2 cost action. You move all friendly creatures. I'm going to throw this into niche. I think that you really need to have the circumstances align for this one, where you have creatures that you want to all shuffle around at once. With Bewildering Speed, you get to choose the creatures that you move and you get a buff with it, and it's lower cost. Grand Ball is just shuffling your entire field lane and shadow lane up, and I think that there's not really a whole lot of point to that most of the time, unless you're using uh, our buddy up here, the Dune Smuggler. Then you could get some serious value out of this, but the cards kind of need to be the stars kind of need to be aligned for Grand Ball to be something that you want to put in your move deck. A little bit of a risky card because you don't know what your opponent's going to be playing in their lanes either, so I don't know. Not my favorite move card that we've got access to. Okay, up next is the Greatwood Elder. Greatwood Elder is a 5 cost 4/5, and it's a guard that has the text of if a Greatwood Elder is in your hand at the start of your first turn, you gain 1 magicka this turn. This is a really, really bizarre card. I'm not going to say that it's slept on or anything. I am going to throw it right into niche. You kind of need to be playing a deck that's going to benefit from having this card in there. So gaining 1 magicka on your first turn is very conditional, right? If you have this thing in your hand and you gain 1 magicka from it, but you have a bunch of 3 costs in your hand, that's not really going to do you much good unless, of course, you have the ring. But in most cases, I would say you're not really going to have a deck that's going to be super front loaded with stuff that's 3, 2, or 1 cost. And you can't always bank on that reliability of having those cards in your opening hand. Greatwood Elder is one of these cards that I don't think I've really ever seen anyone play. I'm not going to throw it down into why because I kind of get why you would play this. I think we're just going to leave the Greatwood Elder alone, like most of the Legends player base already does. We're going to keep it there. It's a bit niche. I think the stat line's decent 4/5 for 5 with guard. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that, but the actual text on it is just kind of weird. And if you're just playing this as a 4/5 for 5 guard, it's not really that great. So we'll keep it where it's at for now. And we'll move on to the Green Pact Stalker. So the Green Pact Stalker is a 4 cost 3/4. It's also a guard, and it has the summon effect of +2/+2 if there is a wounded enemy creature in this lane. Wounded enemy creature is one of these kind of effects that's pretty easy to get, actually. You can typically have a wounded enemy creature if you just build the right deck for it. If you get like Rapid Shot is a great example, or any creatures that can kind of poke. Um, those are going to be great. The Dunmer up here that can charge into creatures and damage them for a little bit is good. I have had this thing come down at really inopportune times for me before, and it just completely blocks up a lane because I forget that it even exists. So I don't think that this is niche in the sense that you need to build around it completely. You can just throw this in your deck and kind of get lucky with a wounded creature at some point, and then it's pretty good, right? So getting a 5/6 for 4 is awesome, and playing a 3/4 for 4 is not the end of the world, especially because it has guard. And I think that the conditions are not niche enough for it to belong into C tier. So Green Pact Stalker is going to at least go into B tier for me. I wouldn't put it any higher though. Green Touched Spriggan. This, it's over here. Green Touched Spriggan is next. This is a 5 cost creature with a 1/5 stat line. When you gain health, Green Touched Spriggan gains that much power. This is a perfect example of a niche card. It needs to be in a health gain deck. If you were to throw this in Aggro Archer or, I don't know, Shout Scout, really wouldn't get that much value. So not much more to say about it. It's just a flat out niche card. It's not bad. It's not great in all decks. Coming up next is the Greenheart Knight. This is a 3 cost 1/3. 1/5. My bad. I read that incorrectly. So this card just is a charge card, and especially with the way that the game has gone in recent years, we have kind of a massive power creep that's happened where we've got a lot of cards that can do a lot of things now. And I think that Green Pact Knight is just not as, or Green Heart Knight, geez, is not as good as it once was when the game came out. There are a few things that you can do with this. Giving it items is decent because it has such a chunky health pool. You could give it an item like the Orcish Warhammer, and that would be pretty good, or the Heavy Battle Axe would be good on this guy. But I think that you're better off playing something like the, what's the Daedra that they added in Jaws of Oblivion? Um, I don't know. We'll get to them eventually. I keep forgetting the names of these cards. But there are cards that do his job better now, so I think that we'll put him into the Y tier. Um, Ring of Imaginary Might is pretty good on this guy as well, but there's only 3 of them in your deck, so you can't always bank on being able to equip one onto this guy. Up next is the Guar Stablemaster. Guar Stablemaster is a classic 3/3 for 3 with the summon effect of +1/1 and guard if you have an animal. This belongs in animal-based decks. It's very niche. It's got a good stat line on its own, but you can't always bank on playing animals. If you don't have an animal-themed deck, you're not going to be getting as much value out of this. You'll get some value, but just playing a flat 3/3 for 3, not very good, right? Speaking of that, we have a 2-cost Hellstrom Footpad, and it's a 2-cost 3/2 with no other features. This is pretty sad. I'm gonna put it into Y because I just don't know why you would play it. It's not completely unplayable, but it's very basic. It's a lot like the uh, Anzalil Invader. Man, card names are not coming to me. It's a lot like the Anzalil Invader in the sense that there are just better things. It's a lot like the Greenheart Knight in the sense that there are just better things. Charis, better things to play. There's a lot of good cards in green, as we've noticed here, and you really shouldn't be putting this into decks unless you're doing some thematic Argonian type thing. Okay, up next we have Hidden Trail. I have been dreading ranking Hidden Trail because this card in theory should be pretty good and it's actually a lot of fun when you play it. The summon effect is that all lanes become shadow lanes and friendly creatures have +1/+0. So this is a lot like Divine Fervor, but for green decks. So most decks have some way to increase attack power of your creatures through a support. It's Divine Fervor and Willpower, Corsair Ship and Intelligence, and High Hrothgar, I guess, is kind of that version in purple. Hidden Trail is one of those supports in green in agility, and it's very interesting in the fact that it makes everything the shadow lane, right? There are several creatures that benefit from being in the shadow lane, but you have to remember too, you're giving your opponent that cover as well from the shadow lane. So unless you've thoroughly prepared for that, you're kind of shadow buffing your opponent just to give yourself +1 attack power on all your creatures, and that can sometimes bite you right in the ass. So Hidden Trail for me is going to go into niche. It's something that you need to prepare for. You can't just throw this into every green deck that you play and expect to get value from it. But if you are building the right type of deck around Hidden Trail, I think you could find some really good success with it. We come to the Highland Lurcher next. The Highland Lurcher is a 6-cost 7/5. And if I'm not mistaken, we just had one of those not too long ago. 6-cost 7/5. Where did I put that guy? Oh, yeah. Um, the Dova of the Voice. 7-cost 6/4. That's what I was thinking. So Highland Lurcher is actually better than the Dova of the Voice in terms of stat line to uh, stat line to cost, which is why I put the Dova of the Voice in Y. If you wanted to play like an aggro deck or something, you could play Highland Lurcher and still get more value than you'd get from Dova of the Voice, in my opinion. However, Highland Lurcher is still not that great of a card. It's very basic. It's one of these creatures that we've seen a few times that don't have any extra text on them, and most of those are winding up in D tier because they just don't provide any value. If you really feel like you're building a deck that needs to have damage and you're playing mono green, you might be playing it wrong. There are better creatures in red to do Highland Lurcher's job, and red is going to be your go-to deck for, or your go-to color for just about any aggro deck you're trying to build. So although archer decks are really cool, they're really good, and they're fun to play, I think Highland Lurcher just doesn't really fit as well into that mold as something like Belligerent Giant, which costs one more but has a better attack stat line, I think, um, because it provides that breakthrough along with it and that extra support. We'll get to that card when we get there, but yeah, Highland Lurcher for me, it's just kind of a why. It's not unplayable. I just don't know why you'd play it when there are other options that are better. Okay, House Kinsman. So House Kinsman is a 3-cost 3/2 with the last gasp effect of dealing 3 damage to your opponent directly and gaining 3 health. I think House Kinsman is really solid. This is a good choice in a lot of decks. It's a good choice in Last Gasp Assassin. It's a good choice in, I keep bringing up Archer, but again, we're talking about green. It's a good Archer card. It's really fun when you combo it with stuff like um, Barrelzar's Tinkering, or even down here, Drain Blood. I not a bad combo with that either because you're getting an effect from killing a creature. The extra effect is really nice, and don't really have a whole lot more to say about this either. So House Kinsman gets a thumbs up from me. It's not as good as some of these cards up in Great, but it is a very cool effect nonetheless. Okay, this one's also going to be very interesting. So we have the Hulking Scalon next. Hulking Scalon is a 10/10 for 10, and it's got a lot of extra benefits from playing this thing. So it's immune to lethal for one thing, which is really cool, and it's immune to being shackled. Your opponent also cannot target Hulking Scalon with actions. I think Hulking Scalon is going to go up into top of B. I'll rearrange these more later, but top of B for Hulking Scalon. It doesn't belong in Great because a 10 cost creature is kind of hard to play sometimes. If you're playing up against a very aggressive deck, you're not even going to get to turn 10. If you draw a 10 cost card on turn 1, you're going to be pretty disappointed because you can't play this thing immediately. So that's always going to be a factor when we're talking about creatures with high costs. Hulking Scalon does have a lot of cool features to it. It's not something like a Swamp Leviathan that's just kind of a big creature for no reason. It does have a lot of unique synergies that you can pull off with it, with the fact that it's immune to being shackled. It's not immune to being silenced, though, and that's one thing to keep in mind with just about every creature going forward, because silence is a very popular effect in this game. Being able to strip a creature of its uh, potential usage is just a crazy, crazy feature that you can do in this game and turn every card into basically an Anzalil Invader where it's just not providing anything extra other than its stat line. Now, Hulking Scalon is unique in the fact that it can't be targeted with actions. That's something that a few cards can do. We already talked about Daedric Titan, and Hulking Scalon is definitely a bigger, badder version of the Daedric Titan, but they provide different benefits. I just don't think that I can justify putting him into Great because he's not as consistent as these cards are. There's a certain level of consistency and danger level that happens when you throw down one of these A tier cards, and I think that that's just not really happening with Hulking Scalon all the time. He is scary when you put him down, but he's not always consistent, right? Being a 10 cost kind of holds him back in some ways. If this card had these effects, like if there was a 4-cost creature that was immune to lethal, immune to shackle, couldn't be targeted with actions, that would be incredible. But I think they did a good job, the balance team, back when they made this card, of making it such a high cost and a high stat line because it makes it a card that feels earned when you get to turn 10, but it can still be shut down in some ways. So I give it a thumbs up. I think it's good, but it's not surpassing solid for me. Okay, we have finally wound up on the Illicit Butcher. So I think this is our first consume card. Illicit Butcher is a 4-cost 4/3 with the summon effect of consume a creature to shackle an enemy creature. I'm actually going to throw this right into solid. I think that consuming a creature to shackle another creature is not too big of an ask, especially for a turn 4 creature. You will usually have a card in the discard pile at that point, and being able to shackle a creature is a good effect, especially when you pair it with the fact that the Illicit Butcher has a good stat line. 4 cost, 4/3, not bad. The consume effect is not really niche. You can, of course, get better stuff if you pair this with consume synergy cards in your discard pile, but you don't need to be running a consume based deck to get value from Illicit Butcher. You can just do that by playing the card with a creature already dead, which again is not really asking too much. It's kind of like up here how we were talking about the fact that having a wounded creature is not that high of a threshold to reach. Same thing with having a creature in your discard pile. It's not that high of a threshold. Okay, moving down, we have the Imbued Bosmer. This is actually a good follow-up to the Illicit Butcher. So, Imbued Bosmer is lethal, and when Imbued Bosmer is consumed by a creature, you give the consuming creature +1/+1 and lethal. I think Imbued Bosmer, on its own, a 1/1 for 1 with lethal, is a solid choice. The consume feature, again, does not need to be used for this thing to be good, but if you were to pair a Illicit Butcher and an Imbued Bosmer in the same deck, then you would be getting value from both cards, and your Illicit Butcher would become a 5/4 with lethal rather than just a 4/3 with the shackle effect. Like I said though, 1/1 for 1 with lethal is super awesome. It can hold down a lane very, very effectively, and I think that it's a card that really shouldn't be underestimated. We also have the Draugr in Endurance, the Deathless Draugr in Endurance, I think is what it's called, and that card's a 1/1 for 1 with lethal, and people use it all the time. Personally, if you're not doing an undead based deck, I would think about swapping your Deathless Draugr for maybe the Imbued Bosmer in the future, because at least if you're playing Scout, because this provides a little bit of extra value if you have any consume cards in your list with which the Deathless Draugr does not have. But both cards are pretty good. Okay, down one more, we have the Inspiring Soldier. Inspiring Soldier is a 2/3 for 2, 3/2 for 2. Sorry, I was looking at the cost first. And it's a veteran card, much like our Dunmer Tyro up top. The veteran effect is that you summon a 1/1 recruit. I think this card is okay. There's better ways to summon recruits. I don't really use this thing myself in any kind of recruit-based deck that I'm doing, any kind of token-based deck. Not a big fan of this one. There are other ways to generate tokens it's much easier to generate recruits. But if you're doing some kind of thematic veteran type deck, I could understand. I think maybe I'm going to put this into D tier because this is one of those cards that kind of just confuses me. I don't know why you would put this in a deck if you're trying to generate tokens. I've already said this like 3 times over, I feel, but there's just better ways, you know, better ways to get cards. Invoker of the Hist is the next card up on our list. This is a 3/6 for 6, and its veteran effect is that you restore your Magicka. This thing is going again to the top of B, I think. This is a pretty good card. You're going to be able to get some serious value out of this thing most of the time when you put it down. It does need to be built around a bit. You do need to have kind of a card or a deck that's going to be benefiting from getting its Magicka back and not just kind of doing nothing with that Magicka. But let's say that you're playing a deck like with a Hulking Scalon or something, and you've got 11 Magicka that you want to play. Or Ramp Scout is a great way to exemplify how good this is. But if you've got a lot of Magicka and you play it all, and then you've got 6 left, and you throw this thing down, um, I guess if you hit charge with this, it's even better. But this thing can be played, and it's got enough health to sustain itself without getting killed by stuff like Lightning Bolt or Reverberating Strike or Firestorm or any of that other stuff. So I think just laying this down, it's threatening. It's going to invoke some sort of response from your opponent. It's not completely game changing most of the time, but it can give you that extra boost to the amount of cards that you can play or the amount of actions you can do, creatures you can lay down, etc., etc. So it opens up pathways and it can scare your opponent as well. All right. Lady Syl's Cruelty. Sacrifice a creature to gain magicka this turn equal to its power. I'm throwing this in unplayable. This poor card is so hard to get use out of. You're essentially putting cards in your deck with this, hoping to sacrifice them later, but it requires you to have cards with high power. And those cards with high power usually have a pretty wobbly stat line. I'm thinking of the Bog Lurcher from Strength right now that is a 9/1. That card's really scary when it goes down, but it's also really easy to take out. And if you're playing Bog Lurchers with Lady Syl's Cruelty, um, you could get some pretty heavy value out of it, but the net positive that you would gain from that is 7 magicka because you'd be playing 2 to kill the creature, and then you'd be gaining 9. So you're losing 2 in the transfer, and you just gained 7 magicka. So then what are you going to do with your remaining 7 magicka on your turn? You're basically just spending a lot of time to get magicka for a one-time use, and I just think that it's so convoluted and complex. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So Lady Syl's Cruelty, I've tried playing with it a handful of times. Doesn't really work in my opinion. Kind of unplayable. Leaf Lurker. Leaf Lurker is going to jump all the way up to either S tier or A tier. I'm thinking S. Leaf Lurker is pretty cool because it's a creature that can insta-kill another creature so long as it's taken damage. This can be anything from a Fighter's Guild recruit to a Hulking Scalon. Leaf Lurker, because it has a summon effect, it is not negated by that effect of cannot be targeted by actions. Uh, Creatures in this game are kind of hard to get rid of sometimes. One of the most consistent ways to get rid of creatures is damage. And sometimes you're not going to have enough damage to completely kill a creature. Again, if we look at Hulking Scalon, it has 10 health. That is a lot of health. Leaf Lurker can essentially take the Hulking Scalon and tear it into shreds by just having dealt 1 damage to it with another creature. If we look at Dushnik Yal Archer, you can just poke this thing and then lay a Leaf Lurker down, and bada bing, bada boom, the big creature is dead. Leaf Lurkers are scary. They're always something to look out for. Not only are they destroying a creature, conditionally, I'll add, they're destroying a creature, but you're getting a 4/3 stat line with it to place on the board, and that can be scary in and of itself because that's a decent amount of damage. So use your Leaf Lurkers sparingly or in smart ways because they are really good. And that's all that I have to say about that. That's our 4th S tier card. Up next is the Leaf Water Blessing. Leaf Water Blessing is a 2-cost action, and this card is probably one of the most misunderstood cards in the game, I think, because it's actually super good. Give a creature +1/+1. When you gain health, draw a Leaf Water Blessing from your discard pile. This is going into niche because it's kind of a strange requirement you need to play this thing. You need to be in a deck that's focused on health gain, but Leafwater Blessing, if played correctly, can really ramp up your deck and give you a lot of power. So notice that it's not anytime you drained, it's just anytime you gain health. This can work really good with like Bruma Profiteer that just gains you 1 health every time that you play a creature. If you've got a Leafwater Blessing in your deck, that's going to continue coming up every time that you play another creature. And if you've got enough Magicka, you can just continue stacking this a handful of times in one turn and get a creature up by a ton of attack power and health. So I think it's really cool. Not a very well understood card though, because it's an action. It's not an item. It feels like an item because you're targeting a creature with it, but it's actually an action that goes into your discard pile. And then it returns. It's one of the few actions that actually will do that, or one of the few cards that will do that. So all in all, I give it 2 thumbs up. It belongs in niche though, because it's not always going to be generating that much value for you. And that brings us down to Lockpick. Lockpick is so stupid. Either put another Lockpick into your hand or draw a card and reduce its cost by 2, chosen randomly. Lockpick is such an odd way to draw cards. I'm not even going to say it's unplayable. I just don't know why you would play it. It's a weird card. I do enjoy Lockpick because it's just kind of crazy fun, but the reduction on the card that you draw is probably the only thing that Lockpick has going for it that's keeping it out of unplayable. It's just like I said, it's very stupid. There's cards that do draw better than this and way easier than this uh, in green. So if you're playing Lockpick, I'd recommend you stop and you find a different card to play. Spoils of War is a really good one, really great option, especially when paired with a lot of the other cards in this list. So Lockpick for me gets a solid D tier. Okay, Mad Dash. Mad Dash is a 2-cost action. Move a friendly creature, then give it +1/+1 for each enemy creature in its lane. This is a very solid card. A little bit conditional, but again, the move effect is always going to be pretty strong unless you're Grand Ball, in my eyes. But Mad Dash is a very good card. It's going to be providing a lot of value for you based on how many creatures your opponent has in their other lane. But this thing can really help win games. It's 1 cost more than Shadow Shift, and it provides a pretty decent effect if you're playing an aggro deck. So Shadow Shift is a really good move card. We'll get to that later. But Mad Dash is also another good move card, especially if you're playing something that's trying to either kill cards or you're playing something that's trying to uh, destroy your opponent's face as quickly as possible. So I think Mad Dash is a solid B tier. And underneath Mad Dash, we have Malefic Wrath. Malefic Wrath is a 3-cost action that gives a creature -2/-2. Okay, at this point, I'm going to throw this into why. At this point, you're better off playing Drain Blood. Drain Blood has Betray. It can target 2 creatures with that Betray, and it's only 1 cost more. And also, you're better off playing Drain Vitality. You're better off playing Curse, wherever I put that, right here. You're better off playing, uh, where is it? Oh my god, there it is, the Bitterfish Witch. Holy crap. Um, you're better off playing this at this point. The -2/-2 is not really that much better than a -1/-1 because most of the time your minus whatever effects are setting up for a Leaf Lurker or for a finish off to come in and finish off the kill. That's why that card is named that. But Malefic Wrath, although it could get a kill, it's just at the end of the day dealing 2 damage basically. The -2 attack power is not always going to be super helpful. And there's plenty of cards already that can deal 2 damage more effectively than this. Um, Firestorm is a great example. Firebolt is a great example. So I don't know, just stay away from this card. I don't really think it's that good. If you draw it on College of Winterhold, that's different, but on itself, it's just not really worth playing. Mausoleum Delver is coming up next. This is our 4-cost 2/5 with charge, and it's got Pilfer, steal a card from your opponent's discard pile to yours. This is a hmm. I almost feel like I need a tier between great and solid. But Mausoleum Delver it's going to be consistently solid for you. The thing with Mausoleum Delver is that there's not a whole lot of creatures that can steal something from your opponent's discard pile. The Gray Fox is a great example, which I don't know if we talked about him. He might be in the T's because it starts with the. But Mausoleum Delver is one of these few creatures that can snipe something from your opponent's discard pile. So it's a good way to get something into your deck that's not already in there. However, the caveat with this is that it doesn't just put it into your hand or it doesn't shuffle it back into your deck. It shuffles it into your discard pile. So it's a little bit contingent on uh, if you want those cards in your hand at some point, you need to be playing something that can retrieve stuff from your discard pile. But Mausoleum Delver is also unique in the fact that it can steal stuff with the intention of just stealing it. So, like if your opponent's doing Parthenax loops, you can steal the Parthenax with the Mausoleum Delver and completely shut that combo down, which is really nice. I give that 2 thumbs up. Most of the time, though, it's going to be a little bit hard to catch somebody doing Parthenax loops because If they're playing something like Midnight Burial and you steal their Parthenax, well, they already have another Parthenax in their deck itself. So the Midnight Burial was just generating a copy. And that's one reason that card is so good, is because there's not a whole lot that you can do about it. It's just generating free legendary creatures. Anyway, I think that the Mausoleum Delver deserves a thumbs up. It deserves a spot pretty high on the list, and I think that it's earned it there in the B tier. Moon Sugar Smuggler is coming up next. No, it's not. Uh, I'm looking at another list of all the names of the cards because you guys know I'm so bad with names of cards. So I have the list of them there because I can't always read what all these say, even though I know what a handful of them are. And so I'm reading some of them, but yeah, Moon Sugar Smuggler is up next, and then we'll do the Moonlight Werebat. Moon Sugar Smuggler is a 1/1 for 1, and it's got the last gasp effect of gain 2 magicka this turn. Another really solid card. This thing's good in specific scenarios where you want to have that extra magicka, but there's not really a time where you're going to play this and it's going to, well, hmm, now that I'm thinking about it, this card's probably going to go more into niche than solid. Um, because if you lay this thing down and your opponent kills it, that's not good because you're gaining magicka on a turn that you're not going to be able to use it on. If you play this down and you self-sacrifice it somehow with, drain blood maybe, or any of the other betray effects that we've talked about, then you are going to be generating some value from it, and that value can be used to pump up some other creature. Again, if you're playing a sacrifice-based deck, Eager Torturer, for example, um, then yeah, this card's going to have value. But the more that I really look at it, the more that I'm seeing it's just a 1/1 for 1 that may have an effect that's not really going to work. So we'll throw it into niche. It's not bad though. It's just contingent on outside factors. Moonlight Werebat, for me personally, is going to go into great. I think this card's really, really good as a prophecy. It's also just a decent card to lay down. A 4/2 for 4 with Drain is intimidating. It's something that not a whole lot of people are going to want to keep around on the board. People see this and they're going to want to get rid of it. Is it easy to get rid of? Yes, but it's also just super consistent. There's 3 of them in your deck, 6 if you have Galen. Just really, really difficult to keep up with. The prophecy tag makes this thing unexpected when it comes out, and it can really save your butt in a lot of scenarios where you might have low health, and then this thing comes out to save you. It can fight for its own life with that 4 attack power, and it's going to gain you a decent health advantage with that 4 attack power as well due to the drain. So Moonlight Werebat for me gets a good spot in the great tier, and I think I'm going to move on down now to the Moonphase Sute. So this guy is a 3-cost 2/2 with Wax and Wane. The Wax is +1/+1 and Drain. The Wane is that you draw a card. I'm going to put this guy into solid. This guy's always going to be good when he goes down. Getting a 3/3 for 3 with Drain during the Wax is going to be good. And getting a 2/2 for 3 with Draw a Card is going to be good as well. Drawing a card is one of the most powerful effects that you can have in this game because, again, it keeps you up in tempo and it gives you more options to deal with what your opponent is playing. And having Drain is usually always a good thing because it's going to give you a health advantage on your opponent. So you're either getting card advantage or potential health advantage with this guy. And I think that that's just a solid win. So I'm not going to put it as high as great, but I think it's good. Solid choice for green decks. Okay, the Morag Tong Assassin. Morag Tong Aspirant, my bad. This guy is a 2/1 for 1, and it has the slay of summon a Morag Tong Aspirant, or Aspirant. This thing's going to go into great, I think. These cards are really good, especially when you pair them with other things. Their low attack power and their low health are justified by their 1 cost, and if you can just play this thing in the shadow lane and wait for your right opportunity, you can generate a lot of these. If you're playing cards like Squish the Wimpy, this thing can just generate another version of itself for killing a different creature. Uh, I think there's a lot of value that comes with the Morag Tong Assassin, and although it's mostly played in Slay decks, if you get this thing down, you can get some value out of it for sure, so long as it goes in the first few turns of the match. Now, if you're playing this thing on turn 11 or something like that, you might not get the same value out of it that you would get from a Hulking Scalon. But I think played at the right time with the right cost value, this thing can really come in clutch and be a pain in your opponent's butt. So Morag Tong Assassin gets a pretty high spot from me. Aspirant, I'm sorry. Morag Tong Assassin is the next guy we're talking about. Morag Tong Assassin, I don't even need to look at the list for. He is a 2-cost 3/2 with the summon effect of he's going to summon a target for himself to kill in your opponent's lane. I think this guy's niche. I like the Morag Tong Assassin, but sometimes that target that you're going to generate for your opponent is going to be really, really annoying because you might not be able to get the kill on it right away. If this thing's just played by itself, it's not all that intimidating with the 3/2 stat line because it can just be killed by something like Firebolt. And then your opponent's going to have this guard for an annoying amount of time, more than likely. And although it's a weak guard that doesn't do anything, it can be given items. It can be used to prop up other guards. It can be used to, defend creatures like the Morag Tong Aspirant up here. Aspirant? I don't know. Aspirant.
Aspirant.
Aspirant. There we go. Yeah, I was saying it right. Uh, so the Morag Tong Aspirant can also suffer from the same downfalls that the Morag Tong Assassin can, but it's got a cheaper stat line, a cheaper cost, and it's got a more intimidating effect. This thing can go off if it's allowed to kill the thing that it generates because it has the slay effect of +1/+1. When comboed with stuff like the Brotherhood Sanctuary, that's going to really spiral. But I think it's earned its spot in C. It's not going to be something that you are going to see that often in every single green deck, and there's a reason for that. It's not always going to be good. So there you have it. Morag Tong Assassin, I like it a lot. Gets a thumbs up, but it's in C tier. Mountain Lion is next. Mountain Lion has the summon effect of it just gains you 1 magicka when you play it, and it's got a 4/3 stat line. This thing's pretty solid. Sometimes gaining that 1 magicka is going to be really useful. Other times, not so much. But any card that's going to gift you magicka is it's giving you a pretty cool effect that a lot of other colors can't do. So agility being able to gift you that effect is nice. And the 4/3 for 3 stat line, a lot better than some of the stuff that we've seen down here for the 3-cost stat line or around it, like this guy down here. Um, so yeah, I mean, it's not the most interesting card in the world, but it's solid. Up next, oh, the poor Mournhold Guardian. This is a 2/1 for 1. It's kind of unplayable, unfortunately. Uh, this card is one of the worst guards in the whole game. It doesn't provide any extra value other than just being a body that's going to be on the field. It's also just not really providing any real value. Its cost is nice, but when you've got cards like the Fighters Guild Recruit up here that are just a flip of the stat line and 1 cost more with an extra keyword and prophecy, this thing's not really competing. I don't think I'm going to put it into Y because it's just not really a card that you should be playing in the first place. Some of these other ones, I could maybe see a world where you'd want to play them, but Mournhold Guardian's kind of just borderline unplayable. I think if you're playing this, you probably don't have a whole lot of cards at your disposal, or you're just really in love with the artwork. I do really like the artwork on this, but that's not a reason to play a card. So it kind of gets F tier for me, unfortunately. Mournhold Trader. This is a very interesting card to talk about. Mournhold Trader is a 4/4 for 2, which is one of the best stat lines that you can ask for a 2-cost card. However, it comes with a caveat. The last gasp effect is that your opponent summons a 2/1 Mournhold Guardian with Guard. As I just talked about, Mournhold Guardian, kind of unplayable, but when it's gifted to you for free, that's pretty good. Mournhold Trader for me is a great example of a very good niche card. I'm going to put it into C tier, and there's a few reasons why. So if you're playing aggro and you get this thing down early, you don't really care if your opponent gets a Mournhold Guardian because you can just destroy it with one of your other creatures later. It's not that big of a problem. There's also ways around this. So there's a deck that's not super popular, but it's self-silence. This would be a self-silence scout deck, I guess, that you would be playing this in, and it relies on, you guessed it, silencing your own cards and removing their effects. Mournhold Trader, because of its super, super, super low stat line, works really well with self-silence cards. Self-silence Archer, I guess, might also work in this because of Corpus Disease. I pulled this combo off in one of my arena videos one time because I just happened to have the right cards in my pull for that. But yeah, it's susceptible to a lot of really good combos. I think actually I'm gonna put it up into solid um, because I think that there's a lot of scenarios where this is good. And again, I really don't think that Mournhold Guardian is that good. It's not really getting in your way. When you get it for free, again, like I said, it can be nice to have around just a guard to block up the lane, but actually playing it yourself and having it take up space in your deck is not going to be that good. But yeah, Ornold Trader, I think it's a solid fit into the solid tier. And it might even deserve a spot in great, but that's debatable. Down here, Move in Shadows. Move in Shadows is a zero cost action and it just moves a friendly creature and then it moves it back to the lane that it started in. Well, it moves it again at the end of your turn. So I suppose if you've moved a creature multiple times, it won't go back to the original lane that it started in, technically. But typically, people use this to take a creature from the shadow lane, put it in the field lane, do something with it, and then it will return to the shadow lane at the end of its turn, and it will regain its cover. So that's the combo most people use with this. It's again mostly used um, in move-based decks, mostly used in slay decks as well to kind of get creatures over, kill something, and then hide for a little bit again. But I think that this is better than Grand Ball. Maybe not as good as Mad Dash, but it's got a zero cost and it's still got that effect. It's more of a passive move card than an aggressive move card sometimes, but it's a sneaky move card. It's maybe one of the sneakiest ones that we have in the game. So I think this is a B tier card. I really hate the move mechanic, but I respect it for its power, and I think that it shouldn't be underestimated at all. So I'm going to put it here into solid. You can debate me on that one in the comments as well. Okay, so we've got a goblin here, and I'm going to have to look up his name because I forget which one this one is. It's the Murkwater Butcher. That's right. So Murkwater Butcher, it has the effect of if Murkwater Butcher is in your hand during your first turn, reduce his cost to 1. This can be also the fourth card that you draw, or technically the first card that you draw on your first turn. So if you fill up, like you've got your 3 cards that you start with, and then you've got the card that you draw on top of that. So every turn 1 has 4 cards. If this is that fourth card, it will also get reduced to 1, which is important to note. It is a little bit conditional, but I will say a 3/2 for 3 is not a horrible stat line with the added effect of it possibly going off like that. But I think due to the conditional nature of this card, I'm going to throw it into niche. It's not always going to be super great. And honestly, if you don't get the specific effect with this, you might as well run the footpad over here because it's got the same stat line. So footpad staying in Y. I understand why you would use a Murkwater Butcher though, and I don't think that it's all that horrible if you do just play it as a 3/2 for 3, but you probably shouldn't do that. Uh, but it belongs in Goblin decks as well, which Goblin decks are very strong. And if you're doing some sort of Rim and Purveyor thing with Goblins, or you're doing some sort of I mean, of course, there's the Goblin. I think it's the Murkwater Butcher or Murkwater Savage that boosts other cards based on green cards. So we'll get to all the Murkwater cards in a minute, but the Murkwater Butcher is our first one up here, and I like it. I think it's good. Murkwater Goblin is coming up next. This is a 0 cost, 0/1 card, and Murkwater Goblin has +2/+0 on your turn. This is a Y. This is a big old Y. If you are just playing goblins, then I think there's probably better goblins that you can play. If you're playing a 0 cost type deck, then yes, you can get value with this. I guess I understand why you would play it, but I think that there's just better stuff. I mean, if you're looking for a 0 cost card, Drez Spy is a green card that will work with the Murkwater Savage better, and it will give you an added effect of being able to look at a card and discard it, which I think is more powerful than just the +2/+1 effect that you're going to get from the Murkwater Goblin here. So I'm going to keep him in Y. I just don't really think that he's all that good. I get that he has a place, but his place can be replaced by other cards. Murkwater Guide is up next, and this one's very interesting. So the goblins kind of work well with this whole 0 cost theme. Um, Again, Murkwater Goblin being a 0 cost, I understand that he synergizes with some of the cards in his sort of plan, but I think Murkwater Guide is a little bit more versatile. So this is a 3 cost 4/2 card, and it has Treasure Hunt, which you're looking for cards on your turn that the card asks you to find. So the treasure hunt for Murkwater Guide is that you're looking for a 0 cost card. And when you find one, you put a copy of the treasure into your hand. So you could technically get 2 goblins when you use the Murkwater Guide, but is that really all that worth it? In some cases, it might be. I've definitely been crushed by Murkwater goblins being duplicated before. I do have a memory of that happening, but I don't think it's going to happen all that often with that specific card. Back onto the Murkwater Guide, though, I think this is a bit of a niche card. You want to be running 0 cost cards for this to get its full value. It does have a decent stat line. It's got a decent cost for the stat line, and it's got a very interesting effect. But if you're not playing a 0 cost based deck, then you're not going to be getting as much value out of this card. Okay, Murkwater Savage, the guy we've been talking up. So the Murkwater Savage is a 3 cost 2/2. When you summon another agility creature, Murkwater Savage gains +1/+1. This guy's really pretty good. I'm going to put him high B. I think he's very solid. Again, you kind of have to be running an agility-based deck for this guy to be good, but an agility-based deck is not really something that's too hard for someone to do. You can throw a lot of agility cards into whatever kind of deck that you're making, and Murkwater Savage is generally going uh, to be able to proc off of them. It does have to be specifically creatures, but again, not really that hard to get to proc off. This thing works really well in Goblin decks, obviously, as all of the Murkwater cards will. And outside of Goblin decks, I think it's still good. So I will put him in top of B. He's being held out of great just for the fact that you kind of have to build around him a little bit, but he's not hard to build around. Okay, after the Murkwater Savage is the Murkwater Scourge. Murkwater Scourge is a 4 cost 3/1 goblin with the summon and last gasp effect of put a curse into your hand. This guy's going to go up into solid with the curse. I'll put him next to the curse. Very solid card. It's not overpowered. It's not the most incredible card I've ever seen, but it is super, super annoying when this thing comes around because you know that you're about to be double cursed when this thing shows up because it summons one and then you get one when it dies. This can be negated by silencing it in some way if you have mute, if you have, well, I'm not going to go through every silence card in the game, but Murkwater Scourge can be stopped in some ways, and thankfully it has a low health pool to stop it quickly. But again, your opponent is going to be getting 2 free curses for this, which, like what I was saying before, is much better than just getting 1 curse and having that take up a slot in your deck. Uh, both cards are good. I like Curse quite a bit, and I think that getting 2 of them from the Murkwater Scourge is a very powerful effect. Next, we come to the Murkwater Shaman, which has the same cost as the Murkwater Scourge, but the Murkwater Shaman has a slightly different effect. So Murkwater Shaman has the effect of at the start of your turn, put a curse into your hand. I am throwing this guy into great. I think that this effect is really annoying. This card is really annoying. If I could get rid of like This might be in my top 10 cards to just get rid of in this game. Not because I think it's like overly tuned or anything. It's just so annoying when this thing shows up because all weapons have to be focused on this guy. You do not want your opponent in a deck that's based on curses to have a curse generator. If your opponent gets two of these on the board at the same time, that's also extremely annoying, provided you're not running Reverberating Strike or Ice Storm or some other board wipe type thing. This card just spirals when it's out for too long, and the added health pool at the end of it makes it just a touch harder to get rid of. Most of these decks that are going to be running goblins have ways to protect cards like this. Most of your opponents are just going to throw this thing in the shadow lane. It's going to survive the first turn. They're going to generate a curse. That curse could be used to kill a creature that's contesting it next turn with a leaf lurker, so on and so forth. This card's annoying. Very good card though. Okay, Murkwater Skirmisher is up next. Murkwater Skirmisher is the thing that really makes goblins work. So, Murkwater Skirmisher has the summon effect of give all other friendly goblins +2/+2. This card's going to go. Hmm. I think this card's going to go into great because goblins are very strong. There's some cards that I'm thinking of, like the Skeletal Champion that we'll get to later, that have essentially the same effect, but for skeletons. The only difference is skeletons are not that good. Goblins are really good. Not only are goblins good, they're very annoying. And yes, I know that I put a goblin in D tier, but that's ranking the goblin by itself. I'm kind of ranking Murkwater Skirmisher on the idea that you will always be playing this with goblins. And well, maybe that's not fair though. I'll put him back into B because that's not fair. I haven't been ranking the other cards really like that. Murkwater Skirmisher though, on its own as a 4/4 for 4, not a really bad stat line, right? Murkwater Skirmisher when paired with other goblins is super powerful. And because of that potential for an overpowered card, he's going to go into B. Okay, up next we have the Murkwater Witch. I think this is the final Murkwater card that we're going to be talking about. Murkwater Witch is a 2-cost 1/1 guard, and it has the summon effect of give a creature -1/-1. Again, I'm looking back at Malefic Wrath. This is a better way to lower your opponent's health and power than Malefic Wrath. This thing's just good. We're going to put it up into B tier. It's got guard as well. It's a very weak guard, but some of the weakest guards have some of the best effects, like Treeminder is a very good card. So I think Murkwater Witch has earned a place at least in B. Some of you guys again might want to fight me on where to put this thing exactly, but I think that that high B is a good spot for it. Okay, didn't have a whole lot to say about that one. It's just kind of solid. Moving on to Naryu. So Naryu Virion is a 6/6 for 6, which is a pretty good stat line. And it has the summon effect of summon a 0/1 target with guard for your opponent in each lane. Friendly creatures also have slay +1/+1 and lethal. So when your opponent kills, or when you kill one of your opponent's creatures while you have Naryu out, the creature that got the kill will gain +1/+1 and lethal. I think Naryu's really good. She's great for the turn that she's out. She's usually going to die. But she's along the lines of Gentleman Jim, where under the circumstances that you play this under, you'll usually be able to get some value from her. If you already have creatures out on the board, they can kill those 0/1 targets. And like the way that this differs from uh, where did I put him? The Morag Tong Assassin. The way that this differs from the Morag Tong Assassin is that the Morag Tong Assassin has to be the one to get the kill. Naryu does not. Naryu provides this slay effect for every creature, for every friendly creature in your hand, and the ones that are on out in play. So she'll generate these two very easy creatures to kill, and then if you have creatures out on the board to benefit from that effect, you've just gained yourself two lethal creatures with a +1/+1 stat line. So actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm going to throw Naryu into great because I think that the power of lethal is really intimidating. The +1/+1 is also really nice because you get the added health benefit, and you're getting this 6-cost 6/6 creature, which is a fair stat line to play and a pretty intimidating creature to have on the board. So Naryu's going to earn her spot in the Great Tier. Necrom Mastermind is up next. This thing is straight up niche. So Necrom Mastermind has the summon effect of trigger the last gasp of each friendly creature. It's a 5-cost 5/4 as well, which is a good stat line, but the summon effect is just very niche. You really have to be running a last gasp deck to get this thing to its full value. And unfortunately, sometimes the last gasp effect of a creature is not really going to justify playing this. Like, if I were to play Necrom Mastermind with just um, one of my uh, House Kinsman, hello? Where'd you go? House Kinsman, House Kinsman. There he is. If I were to just play a Necron Mastermind with one House Kinsman, that really wouldn't be getting a whole lot of value. So you want to make sure that you have, I'd say, like 2 to 3 last gasp creatures out before you play the Necron Mastermind to get the full perceived value from that card. If you were to play Necron Mastermind with 7 last gasp creatures out on the board, it would be fantastic to get all those effects all at once. But unfortunately, that's not really always going to happen, and you need to have the right kind of deck for this to really pop off. Nest of Vipers is next. Nest of Vipers is a really fun card. It's a 10-cost action, and it fills a lane with Territorial Vipers. We haven't gotten quite to the Territorial Viper yet, but it's a very good card, and having a full lane of them is pretty good, but it's also a little bit niche. Nest of Vipers has this huge 10 cost, which is justified. The full cost of playing 4 Territorial Vipers would be 12. So this is a 2 Magicka discount, which is nice, but you're not always going to need that. Territorial Vipers do have a weak stat line, although they are a good card. The utility of Nest of Vipers is that you're going to use all of the Territorial Vipers to kill off an entire lane. And at that point, you might have a better way to do that than playing Nest of Vipers. I will not throw this into D tier. I think Territorial Vipers provides way more value than Cliff Racer Onslaught, and for just 1 Magicka more. So I think that it's earned its spot in niche. You would have to be playing something that would want this in the deck, but I think Nest of Vipers is not that bad. It's got its place. If I put Charis Breeding Pit in niche, I'm going to put Nest of Vipers in niche, and you can sue me over that if you want. Okay, Night Prowler. This, I will say, in my opinion, is kind of an underrated card. It's a 6-cost 5/3, and when Night Prowler gains cover, you draw a card. I might get a little bit flamed for this, but I'm going to throw him in solid. You're going to put this thing down in the shadow lane most times, and you're just going to be able to draw a card for a 5/3 creature. That's a little bit rare. If we're looking to just draw a card for getting a creature with 5 attack power, this thing's batting a better Magicka total than Gentleman Jim. We don't really care too much about the 4 stat line. Both of these die to Lightning Bolt, which is like one of the most common removal spells in the game. Sure, Night Prowler does die to more, but again, if we're looking just evenly at the numbers here for the Magicka, they're both going on the board and drawing a card. And Night Prowler is actually maybe going to be a little bit more consistent than Jim because it's going to be drawing a card from your deck. And any card that's in your deck should be a card that you at least want at some point in the game. Again, Gentleman Jim could draw you a Lady Sill's Cruelty if you're playing against a Maniac. So Night Prowler, all in all, I think is very, very underutilized. Cover is not one of these effects that is widely used. If you're playing something like Elixir of Light Feet or Lightfoot or whatever, and Hidden Trail, you can get a lot of draw potential out of this. Same thing with Move in Shadows, which is right next to it here. You can get a lot of potential draw from this, and your opponent might not really know what to do if you throw this thing down because it's so underutilized. Okay, going after Night Prowler is the Nimble Ally. aka the card that never procs when I play it, but it procs when everyone else plays it. Nimble Ally is a 3/3 for 3, and it has the summon effect of +1/+1 and lethal if the top card of your deck is Agility. This card works really well with the Murkwater Skirmisher, which I also put pretty high in B tier. And yeah, if you're playing a full lethal deck, or not a full lethal deck, a full agility deck, then Nimble Ally is going to proc every single time, and it's a must include. Same thing with the Murkwater Skirmisher. Or am I saying that one wrong too? Is that the Savage? That's the Skirmisher. No, that's the Savage. Murkwater Savage. There's so many Murkwater cards, guys. You got to forgive me on this one at least. But yeah, the Nimble Ally I think is always going to be a solid choice. 3/3 for 3. Again, not too bad of a stat line. It's kind of a fair stat line. And the added benefit of getting not only +1/+1, but also lethal on top of that is very good. So it never really procs when I include it in my decks, even if I have a way slanted uh, number of agility cards, but I must just be building my decks wrong. So Nimble Ally for me gets a thumbs up. It's solid. It's not always going to be great though. Okay, Nyx Hound Fabricant. Nope. Nyx Hound is up next. I'm getting these two confused. Nyx Hound is a 4-cost 3/2 with Prophecy and Summon. Shackle each enemy creature with less power than Nyx Ox. Nyx Hound. God. This is going to be a long video, guys, by the way. I don't know if well, you've seen the runtime of this video. I haven't seen it yet. We haven't even gotten through agility yet. That's crazy. Okay. Nyx Hound, yeah. This is a niche card. You're going to really want your opponent to be playing a specific number of cards. This is kind of one of those Prophecy Assassin type cards, but like Assassin Beetle, it's only going to be really useful if you draw it on Prophecy. And if your opponent has cards that have weaker than 3 attack power. So unless you're buffing up the Nyx Hound, I don't know why I can't think of that. I keep wanting to say Nyx Ox. Unless you're buffing up the Nyx Hound with something like Hidden Trail or something like Leafwater Blessing, which you can't do the first turn that it's out anyway, it's not going to be getting that much value for you. It does have a place in prophecy-based decks. It does have a place in shackle-based decks, and I'm sure a few others that I'm not thinking of. But I just don't think that Nyx Hound is like as good as a Shrieking Harpy, you know. So it gets a C tier for me. Nyxhound Fabricant. Okay, the card that I so desperately wanted to talk about apparently beforehand. This is a 4-cost 3/3 with Drain and the summon effect of if you have a neutral card in play, you shackle an enemy creature. This is just almost a more complicated version of the Nyxhound. So I'm gonna throw this into Y. If you're playing a completely Fabricant-based deck in neutral, there are better cards in neutral that do this better. The Dwemer Sphere, it does this way better of just shackling a creature, and it's already neutral. So if you're playing a neutral-themed deck, why would you waste the time of putting an agility creature in your neutral deck when you could get more synergies out of having a full neutral deck? I just don't see the real appeal of this. It does have Drain, but I don't really know if that's enough to bring it out of the dark here. So I'm going to leave it in Y, and maybe someone will convince me in the comments of why it deserves to be higher or lower, perhaps. Okay, we've got the Nyx Ox coming up next. The Nyx Ox is a 7-cost 5/5 creature with the summon effect of gain 5 Magicka this turn. We're finally going to scroll back up again. Nyx Ox is either solid or great. I can't really decide. I always like Nyx Ox. It gains you 5 Magicka for playing it, so you're essentially playing Nyx Ox for 2 whenever you play him, and it's a 5/5 stat line. That's crazy. This thing's really good in a lot of different scenarios, so you do need to have 7 Magicka to play it, and that's kind of how it balances out. You will be at turn 7, or I guess if you boosted your Magicka, you'll be maybe at turn 5 or something when you play this, but the game will have progressed a little bit. It's not really like you're playing a 2-cost card for nothing. But it is just a big body that goes on the ground, and it's something that can really scare your opponent. So I actually think I will bump this up into great. If you're really good at doing math and like micro equations on how you're going to balance your magicka out on a turn, this can really be a good card to include in your deck. So try out Nixox if you haven't already. I think that it's a very solid card, but more so than solid. It's great. And with that, we come to our first card in the Tamriel collection, the Obstinate Goat. It's got a bigger model down here than the other cards because I don't know, the JPEG was just bigger on the UESP where I pulled it from. Obstinate Goat is it's a 2-cost 3/2 creature with the summon effect of if the top card of your deck is an animal, draw it, otherwise put it on the bottom. This is niche. It's a great example of a niche card in the sense that it is just required in one specific type of deck. So Obstinate Goat will not be getting really any value if you are playing a deck that's not animal based, because there's no card that can just draw from the bottom of your deck rather than the top. So there's no real value in getting a card put at the bottom of your deck. Other than if you want to draw it last for some reason, then sure, you can do that. But Obstinate Goat is I don't know. It's not the most powerful thing in the world, but it has its spot in animal-based decks, and I can see what the developers were trying to do with this card, and I think that they did a decent job with it. It's just I don't really play animal-based decks, so I've never really used this thing. After that, we have the Pamarat Renegade. So this thing is a 5-cost 4/6. I actually didn't have these for a very long time. They have the slay effect of just drawing a card. Now, this is a very solid option to run in any kind of sleigh-based deck, but this can be a card that does not have to exist solely in sleigh-based decks. Just because you have a slay effect does not mean that you'll be limited to niche. Think of the Brotherhood Slayer up here that I put in. The Renegade here does have a pretty good stat line. The 5/4/6, not bad at all. It'll be able to kill a lot of low-cost creatures, which, on turn 5, if you draw this and play it down, it's more than likely that your opponent will have some creatures for you to kill. 4/6 gives a lot of attack power and a lot of defense to this thing, especially on something like turn 5, where cards are starting to get a little bit more heftier in their attack power and their defense. So, if we look at the burglar right here, that's a 4/4. This thing can kill it and it can give you a card. And if you combo this with other cards like Squish the Wimpy or any kind of battle effects, then this thing will be able to give you a card as well as soon as it's played down. So I think that it's pretty good. It's not quite great because you could play this down and then it gets javelined or something and then you get no value from it, which is something to think about with all cards that kind of have to wait a turn before they get their effect. So all in all though, I think it's a good choice and maybe start playing it in your green decks. Okay. This is the Palace Prowler coming up next, and this is a very good card. I am debating a little bit on where to put it because it's such a low cost card. It's so low health and damage. Like if you draw this thing on turn 9, are you really happy about getting this? Is my thought. I don't think that you're really all that happy about getting this later into the game, but we're not going to try to judge it on that. We're going to try to judge it on when you do draw it most of the time. And you're usually going to draw this thing for whatever reason in the earlier parts of the game. I think this is a high B tier card. It's generally always going to be solid, even on turn 9 when you play it, if it can get the Pilfer effect off. It's got Drain, along with the 1/1 for 1 stat line. And the Pilfer effect is something extra that you can make great use out of if your opponent is not running any guards or if you have a Master of Thieves out, which will really synergize well with this in a lot of ways. If you're playing with Unicorn too, this could be a very good option for you to include in your deck. So with all that thought of, I think that it's got a lot of cards that prop it up, and by itself, it's pretty decent. So we'll throw this into B tier. Okay, up next, Paralyze. Paralyze is a zero-cost action that just shackles a enemy creature. Uh, Paralyze, pretty interesting. It can't shackle friendly creatures, which I don't know why you would want to shackle a friendly creature, but it is limited to just enemies, which is something to keep in mind. Uh, Paralyze is uh, hmm, just shackling a creature on its own is not that great of an effect because you've got cards like at least the Nyx Hound is providing a body on the board and shackling potentially. Um, Even the Fabricant over here is doing the same thing. I'm going to throw Paralyze into Y because I think there's just so many cards that shackle in this game that I don't know why you would use Paralyze over something like Nyx Hound unless you really, really need to get that shackle effect off. But there's other ways to do it, and we'll get to those ways later on. So Paralyze might have some kind of a benefit to be played in like a complete shackle based assassin type deck. Um, so maybe it's more niche. It's not really that convoluted. It's a very straightforward card. It just maybe requires the right kind of deck or circumstance. So I think I'll bump it back up into niche. It's not like these down here that are just kind of like eh, not that interesting or too complex. It's pretty straightforward and it's got a zero cost too, so that's always nice. Okay, the Praying Elytra is one of these cards that I also never see anyone run. I've seen it a few times, but it's very sparingly that I see this. So Praying Elytra is a 4-cost 2/4 with the summon effect of choose an enemy creature. When Praying Elytra damages the chosen creature, draw 2 cards. I think this thing is completely niche, but it's not bad. It does have a convoluted effect, but it's not something that's going to bump it down into Y because the effect that it provides is very good. Drawing 2 cards. That's always, always, always going to be awesome. It's the thing that I put Corner Club Gambler up into S tier for. It draws 2 cards on 1 turn. It's so, so, so good. And Praying Elytra, if you have a weak creature that you've put this on, can guarantee that you draw 2 cards, especially if you equip Praying Elytra with something like a Quicksilver Crossbow or Squish the Wimpy. Any way that this thing can provide reach to damage that creature will be drawing you 2 cards. So keep this in mind. It's not going to be in solid because there are going to be some occasions where this is just not going to work for you. It does have to be an enemy creature as well. You can't do this with friendly creatures, but I think all in all, the benefits, like the pros, outweigh the cons for this one, and so it's going to be scored into niche for me. Okay, this is the Quinral Burglar. This is probably one that a lot of people are interested to see where I place this at. Quinral is a drain card. It's a 6-cost 4/4 drain card with the pilfer effect of +4/+4. This thing's pretty instantly going to go into great. This is a card that immediately elicits a response uh, from the opponent. If you don't take this thing out early or guard it, at least, you're going to be in horrible, horrible trouble. I've heard people complain about this card since the game launched. I don't have that big of an issue with this card, but I totally, totally understand people that do. Again, Quicksilver Crossbow can proc pilfer effects. So if you were to equip a Quicksilver Crossbow onto the Quinral Burglar, it would instantly get bumped up to a 9/9 because it would get the +1/+1 from the crossbow, and then it would get the +4/+4 from the pilfer. When you combo this with other pilfer cards like Master of Thieves, this thing can get insane. It can essentially like 2 or 3 shot kill you by itself, depending on your health. So always look out for this thing. It does have a high cost, but that is justified because of uh, the the stat line's okay, but the drain and the pilfer effect are crazy. So don't mess with this thing. Take it seriously when it's played and try to get rid of it as fast as possible. Okay, up next we have Ransack. This is a prophecy that deals 3 damage. I think just you can choose where the damage goes with Ransack. It just deals 3 damage. There's Thievery. That's a little bit different. But Ransack, it's a prophecy. It deals 3 damage and you gain 3 health. This is okay. It's niche. It might even be Y, actually. It's not like I'm not offended when I see people play Ransack. Like I don't not understand it, but also there's probably a better way for you to gain health and deal damage. And that really would just come up to the House Kinsman right here. House Kinsman's a way better way to deal 3 damage and gain 3 health than Ransack. It provides a body on the board for you. You can synergize this with a lot of like Dark Rebirth strategies and whatnot. I just think that for the overall cost, it's not really that good. Even if you draw it on Prophecy, it's not really that good. So I'm going to throw it into Y. Uh, just don't really get this one a whole lot. When I get this from like Speaker Tyrannus or something, it kind of upsets me because it's just got such a high cost. Maybe if it was like a 5 cost, it would be more reasonable to me, but the 6 just feels a little bit excessive. Under Ransack, we have Razumdar. Razumdar is insane. Razumdar is a 7 cost 4/3 with charge, and Raz will draw a copy of the first card your opponent draws each turn. Raz is a very, very easy S tier. He's going to be plopped right here. Raz is another one of these cards that needs to be dealt with almost immediately. I'm going to throw Quinrall up into S. I think these guys are comparable, in the sense that you need to eliminate them as soon as you can. So Raz, though, back to him. He's got this 4/3 stat line, which is kind of easy to kill, but his effect is so massively strong. So he deals the amount of damage that a lightning bolt does, which is usually going to be enough by the time that he comes around to crack one of your opponent's runes, because it's assumed that you have done some sort of damage to your opponent. So if you break a rune on your turn with Raz, and your opponent draws a card, you will get that card also copied into your hand. Then if you end your turn, your opponent's going to draw a card at the beginning of their turn. Raz will draw that card as well. So you can get pretty consistently 2 cards with Razumdar, and they're cards that are copied from your opponent, which always feels bad to play on the receiving end of because you're getting beaten by your own cards at that point. And then not only does Raz steal cards from your opponent, but he steals cards and then he reveals the cards that your opponent had in doing so. So you know what your opponent is running, and that will allow you to play around your opponent a little bit better as well. So Raz should be a card that you consider crafting pretty early if you're new to this game. He's an easy S tier, and I got him pretty late into the game, but I do enjoy playing with him. He does feel a little bit bad to play against sometimes, but he's very easy to get rid of. So I think that he's a very interesting and fun card to play. After Raz, we have the Rebellion General. Rebellion General is a 4/4 for 4 with a wax and wane effect. So the wax effect is +1/+0 and trigger the wax of each non-Rebellion General friendly creature. The wane is +0/+1 and trigger the wane of each non-Rebellion General friendly creature. This is a kind of a niche card. You're not really going to want to play this unless you're playing a wax wane deck, which not a whole lot of people do. But if you've got a card like the one that we talked about earlier, I forget where I put him. There he is. This guy. So the guy that has the wax +1 and drain, Wayne, draw a card. If you have one of these guys out and you get this either wax or wane effect on him, that's pretty powerful. I think that if you have a Moongate out too, which will summon both the wax and the wane effect at the same time, this guy can be really good, provided you have the right conditions. It's just that you're not always going to have those. So on his own, he's not super strong, but in the right scenario, he is very strong. So he's a good example of a good niche card. Rimmen Purveyor is up next. Rimmen Purveyor, I actually think this card doesn't get a whole lot of love. This was one of the last cards that they added to this game, and I think it's good. I think I'm going to put it uh, into solid. So the thing with Rimmen Purveyor is in a lot of decks, you're going to have creatures that are going to be of the same creature type. And you're always going to be able to get some sort of value out of Rimmen Purveyor. So Rimmen Purveyor is a 4/4 for 4, just like the Rebellion General over here. But what Rimmen Purveyor does is it has this consume effect where you consume a creature, then you reduce the cost of each creature in your deck that shares a type with that creature by 1. If you have a Dark Elf based deck and you play a Rimmen Purveyor, and then you consume a House Kinsman, all of your Dark Elves that are still in your deck will be reduced in cost by 1. With that said, are you always going to have decks that are super consistent with your creature types? Probably not. But if you do at least run 3 House Kinsmen, you'll be getting a discount on the next 2, provided that that they're still in your deck. So that's always something to keep in mind. It's not like Rebellion General where you have to. I'm kind of comparing them because they have the same cost and stat line. It's not like Rebellion General where you have to be running other Wax Wayne cards for this to work. Rimmen Purveyor can work on almost any deck, and it's got a solid stat line for the cost. So I think that puts it into solid, and it can be really good in certain tribal-based decks. Um, the only thing holding Remen Purveyor back from being, I think, great is that it's not neutral. So this thing is confined to agility decks, um, and agility mixed with other colors, obviously, but you kind of want to run this thing. I've mostly seen it in Empire, and I've tried to make it work in other decks. It works pretty well in like Khajiit Monk is pretty good with this because she can reduce the cost of all Khajiits in the deck. So a card to keep in mind. Up next is the Ring of Namira. Ring of Namira is another great example of a niche card. So this is a 7-cost support, and Ring of Namira is an ongoing support. When you gain health, you deal that much damage to your opponent. This card's going to be horrible if you throw it into aggro archer. Again, uh, if you don't have health gain in your deck, this card's doing nothing for you. If you are a health gain based deck, Ring of Namira is going to provide some significant value for you. Now, the 7 cost with Ring of Namira is probably the biggest talking point with this because I think it's justified, but it also makes this thing hard to use because you'll tend to put this down and then that's the end of your turn if you played it just on turn 7. And then your opponent might just shoot it with a Dishnik Yal Archer or silence it with a Shadowfen Priest, and then it's just gone forever because it's a unique card, so you're not going to be able to get any value with it for the rest of the game. And if you're not playing in colors like Assassin, really, you won't be able to get this thing back because you don't have access to Excavate. So it's a little bit annoying to play sometimes, but when this thing does go down uncontested, it is one of the most fun cards in all of Legends. I have a video on my channel featuring Ring of Namira pretty heavily. If you want to look for that, it's the Corrupt Crusader or Consume Crusader, something like that. So I think it's Corrupt Crusader. But yeah, Ring of Namira, very fun card. Definitely belongs in niche though, because it's garbage in anything other than health-based decks. Okay, after Ring of Namira, we have the Ruthless Freebooter. Ruthless Freebooter has Treasure Hunt, and it's looking for a Drain card. So if you find a Drain card, the Freebooter gets +1/+1 and Drain. It's also looking for a lethal creature. If you find a lethal creature, you gain +1/+1 and lethal. If you were to draw like a Clockwork Scorpion, for example, that has both uh, drain and lethal, this would proc on one turn, and then you would instantly have a 4/4 for 2 with drain and lethal, which is pretty awesome. I'm going to throw this thing into niche because you do need to be running those types of cards in your deck to get the added value from this. But I don't think that it's bad by any means. I mean, if you're running a lethal drain type deck, you're probably going to be using green for that. And this guy might be a good option for you to include in your lists going forward if you're not already. I know that I frequently overlook this card, and I do play a decent amount of kind of decks that deal with those themes. So it might be something to keep your eye out for in the future. It definitely doesn't rise uh, above C though, because most of these cards in Solid are good on their own. Okay, up next we have Sai Sahan. Sai Sahan is a 7-cost 6/3, and he's immune to wounded enemy creatures. His summon effect is that he wounds all enemy creatures. He gives all enemy creatures -1/-1. Sai Sahan is very good. I will throw him pretty easily up into solid, if not great. I think under the right circumstances he can be great. As a 7-cost 6/3, he's batting okay for his stat line. Um, Dova of the Voice is actually doing better than him stat line wise, but Sai has a much better effect than Dova of the Voice. So Sai will make it so that way every enemy creature that's currently on the board cannot affect him by attacking, that is. So your opponent's likely going to have to either expend another card to kill him, a card or two, or they're going to have to, or creature or two, or they're going to have to remove him with an action of some sort. So Sai is typically going to show up, do a lot of reductions on health and damage for your opponent and their creatures, and then he's going to die. But when he does stick around, he's really cool. It's a lot of fun to play with. And I think if you have a sheer point dragon with this thing, your opponent's going to be really mad at you. So Saisahan, very good card. Um, yeah, not much more to say about it. I don't think that he rises into great though. He's just a solid option for a lot of decks. Okay, Sails Through Storms does it again. This is a 6-cost 5/5 creature with the Pilfer of Summon the top creature of your deck. I think this is a great card. I think this effect is really cool. Again, Quicksilver Crossbow negates a lot of the anticipation with Pilfer cards. So I think you guys will probably tell where Quicksilver Crossbow will go because it just has so much utility. But the Sails Through Storms card does just have a high health total and a high uh, attack damage potential. So it's going to be really good to get down regardless. And this thing has a lot of presence. It's a lot like Gortwog, which we'll get to eventually, that you really shouldn't have this thing around or else it's going to start generating more creatures and then you're going to be really irritated. So this is a card that elicits a almost immediate response, and unfortunately, it's not super threatening because you don't know what card this thing's going to draw from the top of your deck. Hopefully, you've built a solid deck, and any card that this thing draws is going to be good. But if you're not so good of a deck builder, or if you draw a card at the wrong time, like if you draw a Sai Sahan, for example, when there's no enemy creatures for it to work on, that's going to be a little bit disappointing. So it is great because having board presence and more board presence than your opponent is always going to be a good thing, but I think that it doesn't rise quite so high as amazing because there's a little bit of RNG involved in what card you're going to draw. Okay, Sanctuary Pet is up next. This is a 3-cost 2/2, and it's got lethal, and the summon effect is that you shackle a enemy creature in the lane that you're in. This card is solid, bordering on great. I think that it works really well in halting a lot of aggression that your opponent is going to have and providing a very scary creature, because any creature with lethal is going to be scary because they have the potential to one-shot you unless you're the Hulking Scalon or some other cards that we're going to talk about later. But Sanctuary Pet is super awesome. I think this does belong in great. The shackle effect is unconditional. It's not like the Nyx Hound down here that has this weird uh, prerequisite you have to meet to shackle creatures. It's just you have to have them in the lane that this is in. And while that can be a little bit annoying if your opponent maybe guards that lane or moves the creature into the next one, you're still going to have that lane locked down for a little bit that you put the Sanctuary Pet in because you've just provided a lethal creature in that lane. So nothing to scoff at for sure, and I think it's earned its spot in A tier. Okay, up next is the Serpentine Stalker. Serpentine Stalker has the slay effect of +2/+0, and you may move to attack creatures in the other lane. I think this is it's a bit of a niche card, honestly. It's not anything super solid, I don't think. If this thing maybe had like charge, that would be cool because you'd get the slay effect instantly if you killed something with it. But as it stands now, it's not really my favorite card in the game. I would definitely land this in niche. I think it belongs mostly in slay decks that are trying to kill as many creatures as they can. But while it does have that cool effect of being able to move to attack creatures in the other lane, um, it's a little bit convoluted to get there. So I think this thing belongs in niche. Maybe you're a big Serpentine Dragon enjoyer, but or Serpentine Stalker enjoyer, but it's just not really doing it for me. Okay, what's up next? Shadow Shift. Shadow Shift is a one cost action that moves an enemy, or not moves an enemy creature, moves a creature, and it draws a card. I'm putting Shadow Shift into Amazing. I think that this has such a low cost, it has such a good effect of moving, and it has such a good bonus effect of drawing a card that all of those things combined put it into S tier. Dune Smuggler, of course, moves a card, but it doesn't draw anything with it. And this is a very powerful card here, but Shadow Shift can just not only end you the game right away if you just need to get out of the way of a guard, but it can prolong your card advantage as well by doing that. So sometimes you need to get a creature out of damage. You need to put it into a different lane. Sometimes you need to give a creature cover. Sometimes you need to move to attack. Sometimes you need to move to kill. Shadow Shift can do all of those things and provide you a little bit of extra value on top while still being super, super cheap. That's the main thing with this card. It's free draw and it allows you to, most of the time, play that card that you drew because of the low cost. So Shadow Shift is probably the best move card that we have, and that's why it's going to go up into Amazing. Okay, up next is the Shadow Green Elder. Shadow Green Elder is a 7 cost 5/5, and it's got the summon effect of give other friendly Spriggans and animals +2/+2. That's going into niche. I'm not really going to explain too heavily on why. It's just this thing needs to be in uh, animal-based decks to justify the cost. It's got the same stat line and cost as our Nixox up here, but the difference with Nixox, wherever it went, the difference with Nixox is that this thing's giving you a refund on Magicka, which is useful in almost any deck that you're going to have it in. This thing's providing Spriggans and animals with a +2/+2 buff, and that's just not really that good when you compare it with the other creature of its stat line. It's not good on its own. It needs to be in an animal-based deck or a Spriggan-based deck, but those are kind of one and the same. Shadow marking. Shadow marking is interesting. So look at the top 3 cards of your deck, then you choose one to put into your opponent's hand and draw the other 2. This is not unplayable, but it is a Y. And a lot of these draw-based cards like this, like Lockpick, Shadow Marking, um, Barter even, they're going to be kind of low down here because there's a few draw cards that just trump them all. And that's going to be stuff like Shadow Shift. Shadow Shift is way better at drawing cards than those 2 are. Even though Shadow Marking is giving you 2, you have to give one to your opponent. And again, if you're building a good, solid deck, you're not really going to have that many cards that you want to part ways with. There will be cards that you can part ways with. There will be cards that you can discard at moments throughout your play, but giving another card to an opponent, that's kind of something that you don't really want to be doing. So I think for those reasons, shadow marking is just going to go into Y. It's not really niche because it's just drawing you cards. And again, there's not really going to be that many instances where you want to give your opponent something. So there we go for shadow marking. Okay, Shadow Master is next, and Shadow Master is a 3/3 for 3, and it's a very interesting card. So the summon effect of Shadow Master is that you give a friendly creature cover. Then your opponent can't target it with actions until your next turn. I think this is another super slept on card, just like the last shadow based card that we talked about. I'm throwing this into solid, and I don't care what anyone says about it. You're granting a card protection from being attacked, and you're granting it protection from actions, all for the cost of a 3/3 for 3, which is decent. There's maybe not that many decks that would know how to utilize this at the right time, but I think that that effect right there is just so potent and so uh, it's so sparse in this game too. It's not really an effect that you see all that often. You see it in Ebon Thread Cloak, you see it in the Daedric Titan. Um, You see it in the Hulking Scalon, and all of those cards so far have been solid. And I think that there's no real reason that I can justify the Shadow Master not at least getting into this tier when it can grant that effect to any creature that you have out, at least for one turn, right? Okay, going down here, this card, this card gives me nightmares, man. It is an Argonian with hair. Like that's just not cool. That should not be a thing. Um, Shadowscale Hunter, though, is a 3-cost 4/3 with the veteran effect of move. And I'll be honest, I'm not really that impressed with this. It kind of goes into the same tier that the Serpentine Stalker does, but it's almost uh, worse, I think. Just being able to move this thing is not that much of a justification for the veteran effect, and I think the move is you have to do it, so it's not like something that you can choose to do after you're veteran. It's very niche. If you're doing a deck that's going to be benefiting from move, it is probably going to have Dune Smug. Yeah, if you're doing a deck that's going to be benefiting from move-based cards, there's other better ways to move your creature than just attacking. And that's kind of why I put the soldier down here as well, because I just don't think that the veteran effect is super justified. You're going to throw this thing down, and it's not going to be able to do anything for a turn. And then after you attack with it, it moves. It's just a very convoluted way of moving a creature, and most move cards are going to be conditional on where your opponent's cards are at that time. So if you lay this thing down and then your opponent plays I don't know, um, what could your opponent play? A Necron Mastermind even in the other lane, you're not going to want to attack with this thing because the moment that it moves over, it's going to get killed by the Mastermind. I just don't really understand where this card fits in the ranking system here. I'm going to put it into Y, and again, that's something that we can talk about later on. Shadowscale Partisan. Shadowscale Partisan is one of these cards that you very rarely see. It's got lethal and summon +0/+2 if you have another creature with lethal. This thing's conditional on you playing a lethal based deck. And thing is, so you're going to get a 2/4 for 3 if you have another creature out with lethal, but I don't really think that's super justified. Um, Lethal creatures in this game, a lot of them are very powerful, um, just on their own because they have lethal. And I think just getting an extra 2 to your defense of this specific card isn't really going to be that helpful in the run of things. Uh, you're better off maybe playing something like Nimble Ally because you'll at least get a 4/4 with lethal, right? Or Imbued Bosmer can grant any consume creature that you have lethal. Trying to look at other. Sanctuary Pet provides this shackle bonus. Uh, Astrid provides a good bonus. All this stuff is just better than this, in my opinion, even though it is a lethal creature. You're not really going to want to be playing like every card in your deck is lethal. You're going to want to be using some cards for draw, some cards for utility, some cards for damage, and lethal. I don't know. I don't think that a full lethal deck would be that successful. So, in my eyes, this card kind of belongs in D tier. I just don't see a whole lot of purpose with it. Sheerpoint Dragon. Okay, Sheerpoint is a 6-cost 4/4. The summon effect is that you give a creature -2/-2. And then when you reduce a creature's power or health with another effect, you reduce it by an extra 1. This card is going up to the top. So this card is what I would like to call an enabler card. This card opens up a lot of routes for other cards, and for that reason, I'm going to put it up in amazing. It's not the best on its own. The 6-cost 4/4 does leave a little bit to be desired. It does provide the same effect that Drain Blood does and Malefic Wrath, which I kind of ruled pretty low before. But because this card opens up a gateway, essentially, for other cards to be played, it's kind of the same with the Dune Smuggler here. Um, it enables goblin decks to really spiral out of control because they're all about the -1/-1 effect. And when you're turning that into a -2/-2 just by having a creature out on the board, uh, that's a lot. And you're shifting the focus not only from the goblin cards that are being played, but you're shifting it now to the shear point because you need the shear point removed in order to make these less effective. Obviously, I mentioned before, Sai Sahan works really well with the shear point dragon because it turns his -1/-1 to all enemy creatures into a -2/-2. And if you have multiple shear points out, they will actually buff each other up as well. So uh, these things can just really skyrocket out of control. And I think that it's a pretty solid choice for S tier when it comes to what a card can be. Okay, moving down to the Sightless Skulk. We're almost through the agility cards. Got 3 more rows down here. Sightless Skulk is a uh, 4/4 for 4, and it's got the summon effect of draw a card if you have 2 other agility creatures. This is niche. It's reliant on the fact that you're playing a full agility deck. It's good though. Being able to draw a card is nice, and it's a good pick me up for people who are interested in playing a mono agility deck. But on its own, not that great. Um, there was the other agility card that I ruled is a little bit better, and that was the Murkwater, one of the Murkwater boys. But I think in that instance, that card has a little bit more power behind it and the ability to kind of skyrocket higher. The Sightless Skulk is just a one-time draw, and while draw is a good effect, I don't think that this thing gets any higher than C tier. Okay, Silt Strider is a uh, Prophecy Guard. That's the next card that we're going to talk about. It's a 2-cost 0/4. It moves a friendly creature to the lane that it's in. And this card is a little bit more niche as well when it comes to move cards. There are maybe not too many options where this is going to be such a good thing to have down on your board. It is a good guard in the sense that it blocks up a decent amount of damage, but it doesn't really do a whole lot outside of that. Outside of the moving and the guarding, it's not doing any damage. If you're playing this in some kind of weird high Hrothgar deck, that's very cool, but I don't know if that's the right move there. If you're playing this in some kind of item archer, maybe that's a use for it. I'm trying to think of more things that you could do with this. It does synergize well with the Dune Smuggler, just like all of these cards are going to that have the move mechanic attached to them. But at the end of the day, I think you're probably just better playing a Shadow Shift than playing a Silt Strider. So it's going to land a spot into niche. It's not bad. Like I've said with a lot of these cards, it's not bad. If you run this thing or if you have a really high opinion of it, I totally get it. I could see a case for it being in solid, but definitely no higher than B tier. So I'm going to land it in C tier for me. Skooma Racketeer. This is a 3-cost 2/2 with the summon effect of give a creature lethal. This is going to go right into B tier. It's a pretty low statted card for a low cost, but it has a very nice effect, and it's an effect that might surprise your opponent. If you were to play a creature with charge and then you play the Skooma Racketeer to give it lethal, you've generated a body on the board and you've generated a lethal creature, which should get the kill on whatever you're trying to kill. So, the Skooma Racketeer, uh, very good card in the sense of its utility, not a great card in the sense of its stat line, and for that, I think that it's going to be a B tier card. Okay, Skooma Racketeer. Skooma Racketeer is a 3-cost. Oh, I just said Skooma Racketeer. Skooma Underboss, my bad. Skooma Underboss is a 2-cost creature with a 2/3 stat line. And the effect is that friendly pilfer abilities are also now slay abilities. This is a very niche card. It's reliant on the fact that you're playing a pilfer deck. If you play this thing just by itself in any old random deck, you're not really going to be getting that much value. But if you play it in a pilfer-based deck, you can definitely get some value out of it. There's some creatures with pilfer, like the Quinral Burglar, that would really benefit from just being able to get that effect from getting a kill. So yeah, swaps all. Well, it doesn't swap, but it adds the slay effect for your pilfer creatures, pilfer abilities, which is really nice, but not always going to be applicable in every deck that you get this in. Okay, this one might be a controversial one. Slinking Jackal. This is a 2-cost 4/2. I think this card is solid. It's a very good pick for aggro assassin, and it's a bit of a normal card. But when you look at the other cards that we're dealing with, like this card, if we bring it up here, a 4/2 for 2 versus a 3/2 for 2, just way better. The Jackal also works with animal-based decks where this guy is not going to work in those kind of decks. So there's a few synergies that you need to keep in mind with this kind of stuff. This thing has just that extra 1 power can be devastating if this thing gets down in the early game. And I think it's the only creature that we've had above Y that's actually got no text that's justified its spot higher. I think this thing's really good in aggro assassin. You could make it work in aggro archer. It's good in animal monk. It is all around just a solid choice to put in your aggressive based decks. Okay, Slime Marshblade is next. I love the Slime Marshblade. Slime Marshblade is a 2-cost creature with a 3/2 stat line, and the last gasp effect is a little bit weird. You draw a card if you have 7 or more max magicka. This guy's good, I think. I'm going to put him up with the Jackal. So this effect of the magicka stuff, it's well, okay, I'll throw him in niche. I like him, but I'll throw him in niche. You kind of want to be playing Ramp Scout to get the full value out of this guy because if anyone doesn't know what Ramp is, it's where you're ramping up your Magicka essentially by playing cards that are going to boost your maximum Magicka. So you could have 7 Magicka by like turn 5 pretty reasonably in Ramp Scout, and then your Slime Marshblade will be able to proc its last gasp effect earlier into the game. That's where this guy shines. If you're playing him on turn 7 and you're killing him with a Dark Rebirth or something, that's also fine. If you're just playing him and your opponent kills him and you get a free card, that's also fine. It's just that the longer you are into a match, the less value Slime Marshblade as a 3/2 creature is going to get. If that makes sense. So I like Slime Marshblade, but he is a little bit reliant on what turn that you're on. Playing a 3/2 for 2 is not bad, like this guy, because he has this extra added effect. Again, the stat line is okay on him. It's just not always going to proc and always be that consistent. Smuggler's Hall is next. Smuggler's Hall is a 6-cost action that puts 4 random 0-cost cards into your hand. This is niche. It's used in Swindler's decks pretty effectively, but outside of that, I guess it could be used in decks with the Treasure Hunt Goblin as well, which I think I put here. Yep, the Murkwater Guide could be used kind of effectively with that. But all in all, I mean, it's okay. It's not really something you're going to see me playing in anything outside of decks that want 0-based cards, but it's got its place, and I can't really hate on it too much. Snake Tooth Necklace is next. This is a item. It's a 2-cost item, and it gives +1/+1, and it gives the wielder drain for the turn that you've equipped it. This is going to go up into solid. I think this is a really good card. It's a little bit conditional as all items are, because for all items, just about, you need to have a creature to play onto them. Unless you've got mobilized, then you can generate your own creature. But you're going to need a creature on the board to play this, and you're going to want it to be a creature that has probably like 3 or 4 attack power. That way you can get a good amount of drain with it. If you don't really get a good amount of drain with this thing, you've kind of wasted its full potential, because the 1/1 that it provides is not bad, but you really want to be using this to gain a bunch of health in one turn with one swift blow. So for that, I think Snake Tooth Necklace kind of deserves B tier because it has a lot of potential, and it's not bad to put on a creature for such a low cost, but it won't always be getting its full value. It's not completely niche though, because health gain is always good to have no matter what kind of deck you're playing. Snowy Sabercat is up next. This is a 5-cost 3/7, And Snowy Sabercat may attack an extra time each turn. I think Snowy Sabercat is also solid. It's going to work better in aggressive based decks. It's going to work better in Thieves Den based decks, or maybe any time that it has Pilfer from a Bandit Ringleader. It's going to work well. Um, but giving a creature an extra attack is a powerful effect. And this is one of the few creatures that gets that naturally. So on its own, the 5 cost 3/7 stat line is uh, so far batting better than the Clockwork Scorpion stat line, which has the same stat line but different keywords, right? So um, Clockwork Scorpion obviously has Drain and Lethal, which is um, a little bit better than the Snowy Saber Cat, which is why it has the 6 cost instead of the 5. But I think it is also really good when you just play it by itself with the 2 natural attacks that it gets every single turn. Okay, Soul Rest Marshal is next. Soul Rest Marshal has the summon effect of if you have more health than your opponent, the next card you play this turn costs 6 less. This is essentially going to pay for itself if you play it and you have more health, which I think is a very good effect, and that either lands it into niche or solid. Sometimes you're not going to be able to get the full value out of this thing, right? So if you just play a 4/4 for 6, you might as well have played like a Rebellion General at that point, or what's another card? The Serpentine Stalker. You might as well have played something like that because at least they're a lower cost for the same stat line. So I will put Soul Rest Marshal down into niche, but I think that the effect that it provides is pretty cool. Okay, Spider Daedra is next. Spider Daedra is an 8 cost 4/2, and the summon effect is that it fills your lanes with 2/1 Spiderlings. Last gasp of the Spider Daedra is that it destroys all friendly Spiderlings. So this thing is going to summon conditional allies for you. Now, it's important to note that there are a few specific combos that will benefit from this. Um, the last gasp is not really something you ever want to trigger with um, Necrom Mastermind, though, so it doesn't really have a good spot in last gasp based decks. It's just kind of a weird card, and even though it is a legendary card, I'm actually going to put this in Y. I've never felt the need to run this in any of my decks. I suppose in self-silence decks, this could be decent, but Spider Daedra provides pretty weak allies for you. So if you're going to be self-silencing this thing, so that way the last gasp doesn't proc, I don't really get that. I think that there's better creatures that you could be summoning at that point. So I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I don't really think that it's that good of a card. Up next, though, we have Spider Layer. Spider Layer is a 7 cost support, and it's ongoing. At the start of your turn, you summon a random spider. This can be, I believe, 3 spiders this can summon. So it can summon a cavern spider, a poisonous spider, or a protective spider. So the cavern spider is going to uh, shackle a random creature on the board, random enemy creature. The poisonous spider is going to have lethal, and the protective spider is going to have guard. All of them will have a 1/1 stat line. Spider Layer is fun, but it's not really that good. I don't know if it's unplayable, but it's definitely not that good. There's no deck that synergizes specifically with spiders. So you'd have to be having some kind of weird, bizarre thing going on to where you want this. Maybe in a sacrifice-based deck, this could be good because you're going to be generating creatures that will show up every turn and be able to be sacrificed. But at that point, maybe you use Imperial Might, which just has a lower cost. Although Spider Layer provides tokens that do actually provide utility, so that's good. I'm going to leave it in Y because there's just so much that you need to do to get this card to actually be useful for you, I think. When you can get it down, it could be okay to have, but the spiders themselves are weak and you never know which one you're going to get. So again, I don't think it's unplayable. The spiders have utility, but it's just not really the best thing that you could be using your Magicka for if you're trying to build a serious deck. Okay, so that brings us up to the Suron Pawnbroker. Um, oh wow, did I not include? That's crazy. Hold on, I've got to go do something. Okay, let's see. I had to add Spoils of War last time. Um, where did I put Spoils of War? Is it still down at the bottom? Oh, brother. Okay, I had to take another break in recording. Sorry, sorry. Gonna be moving this all the way up. But yeah, Spoils of War was not in the card list, so I figured that out myself, and I am suffering for it. Here we go. Up and up and up and up. And here we go. Okay. Spoils of War. So, Spoils of War is a 5 cost action with the Empower feature of costing 1 less every time that you empower. And this card draws 2 cards. So, this is going to be, for me, a pretty easy S tier. Drawing 2 cards is very powerful. All of the other effects that we've seen for drawing 2 cards or for drawing cards have been kind of abysmal. Where is so shadow marking? This is specifically why it goes in D tier, is because the card Spoils of War exists. Spoils of War is very, very easy to get to proc off, and you can pretty easily just get this thing down to a 4 cost even. And a 4 cost to draw 2 cards is really nice. Meanwhile, we have Shadow Shift here that is a 1 cost that draws you a card and gives you something in return. But just the flat out drawing 2 cards, even for 5 overall cost, is not that bad. It's again going to refill your hand pretty nicely. It's going to keep you uh, at least on par with your opponent, provided that they have a lot of cards. So I think that this deserves its spot in the highest tier possible. There's a lot of really good draw cards in the game, and I think Spoils of War might be the best one. It's just very simple. If you're running a deck with Bandari Opportunist here, you can get Spoils of War down to 0 cost pretty easily, and then you're just drawing cards, you're drawing more Bandaris, you're having a great time, your opponent is not having a good time. And yeah, just a great way to draw cards. So very efficient and very nice effect. Suron Pawnbroker is next. So the Suron Pawnbroker is a plot card, which we've only had one of so far, I think, 1 or 2. Um, the plot effect is that this thing gains +1/+1, I believe. Let me see. So the plot effect for this is that you put a random 0 cost card into your hand. This is, I think, it's solid. It's not it's not super bad. It could belong into niche because you're really banking on the fact that you've got one of these decks that's going to synergize well with 0 cost cards. But if we look at some of the 0 costs that we could get Move in Shadows here. We could get Curse. We could get the Goblin guy that we were talking about, Murkwater Goblin. We could get the Back Alley Rogue. Not really cards that are going to do a lot, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it. So yeah, I think Suron Pawnbroker, it belongs in decks that are trying to either proc plot abilities very easily, or it belongs in cards or decks that are going to synergize very well with 0 cost. Jesus Christ. Uh, Java update. I don't know if you guys could hear that. Um, yeah, it's going to synergize really well with I just lost my whole train of thought. It's going to synergize really well with 0 cost card based decks such as Swindler's Market decks, or decks that are just in general trying to have a very low cost to them. Up next, we have the Suthe Bootlegger. Suthe Bootlegger is a guard, and it has the summon effect of another friendly creature ignores guard this turn. This card's really good. It not only provides a very beefy guard, well, in terms of defense, but it's low cost, and the effect that it provides is really nice. You get to completely negate guards. So one of the biggest things with the move feature is that you can get out of the way of guards and attack your opponent directly, or attack some card that they're hiding in a different lane. The Suthe Bootlegger does not allow you to move lanes, but it does allow you to directly attack your opponent with maybe a stronger creature, like if you have a Mournhold Trader on board, you're going to be able to deal a little bit more damage with that. I don't think this is going to be great in every deck that you put it in, but I don't think it's going to be bad in any deck either. I think it's kind of just right in the middle. You want to be playing kind of a more aggressive style deck for this to get its full value, but it does still have quite a bit of value nonetheless. So it's very solid. Um, I'm not going to really put it so high as A tier with these guys, and even so, some of these might get bumped up into S now that I'm looking at them as our S tier is growing. But again, all kind of experimental thought stuff. So Suthe Bootlegger is decent. We're gonna keep it there in B tier. Swift Strike. I think this card, it's a 3-cost action and it just gives a creature an extra attack. I'm gonna put this into great. It's not like the Sabercat down here it's got the same effect, but the Sabercat's stat line is locked at 3/7, unless you want to give it an item or something like that. Swift Strike grants any creature double attack for 1 turn. So you could be granting that to your Naryu. You could be granting that to your Quinral Burglar. You could be granting that to your Eclipse Baroness. You could be granting that to your Sails Through Storms and getting 2 creatures in 1 turn. It's such an out of nowhere effect. Your opponent really has no way to see it coming until it hits them, and there's not really a good defense against it. So Swift Strike is a very powerful effect, and as much as I don't want to see more people using it against me, I suggest that you do put it into your aggro decks if you're trying to get the full power out of some of your big creatures. Going down, we have Swims at Night. Swims at Night is a 2/2 for 4 unique legendary card. It has the summon effect of put a random 0-cost card into your hand. After you play a 0-cost card, Swims at Night gains +1/+1. This is going straight into niche. Saran Pawnbroker would do pretty well with the Swims at Night. It just is, again, one of these cards that's going to be reliant on you playing other cards that are at 0 cost. If you don't have a deck that's going to be doing that, then you're not going to get the full value out of Swims at Night. Simple as that. Okay, further down is the Swindler's Market. Swindler's Market is a 3-cost support. It's an ongoing support, and when you play a 0-cost card, deal 1 damage to your opponent and gain 1 health. I think this is either niche or solid. Um, reason being, you do have to have other things going on in your deck to make this work properly. However, when this thing does go off, it's very hard to counter and it's very hard to stop. I think actually, hmm, I don't play a lot of market decks, honestly. Market is it's somewhere in either niche, solid, or great, because these things can really stomp you. Essentially, what you do with a market deck is you play all of the 0-cost cards that we've already mentioned. I forget where that one is. It's the Smuggler's Hall. So you put 4 0-cost actions into your hand or 0-cost cards or whatever it is. That's going to gain you 4 damage to your opponent and 4 health just right there, alongside extra effects from your 0-cost cards. You're getting rewarded for playing stuff for free, essentially. And a lot of the stuff that you're going to be playing for free can actually be pretty viable and pretty good once you're getting that extra added effect. So I think because of that, I'm going to put it up into great. I don't think it's S tier because it can be killed by just a simple dismantle, Dushnikyal Archer, something like that. But if your opponent is not running any support removal, Swindler deck is really going to bother you. It's really going to be upsetting to play against. So Swindler decks are kind of more, I would say, one-sided fun than anything else, but they are good. So I'm going to put Swindler's Market into A tier. That sounds about right. Because it's one of these kind of cards, it's an enabler card, but it's an enabler card for a very easy combo to pull off, if that makes sense. Okay. Moving on down to Tazcad the Packmaster. This guy needs no introduction for most people. He is a 9-cost creature with a 6/6 stat line. He has Breakthrough and Charge and the Last Gasp effect of summoning a Durzog, which is a 4/4 creature with no extra effects. Tazcad's pretty easily A tier for me. Really good charge creature, one of the best charge creatures in the game, and he can deal just an amazing amount of burst damage. He leaves something behind when he dies. He can be you can use Dark Rebirth on him really, really effectively to do 12 damage in 1 turn. If you've got something like Swift Strike, you could do 18 damage in 1 turn with him. Well, provided you have the magicka for that. But you could essentially deal tons and tons of damage with this guy. He synergizes with so many cards due to the breakthrough and charge. And yeah, not much more to say about Tazcat. He's very, very effective at what he does, and his job is very simple. He hits things, and he hits them hard, and he leaves an effect after he dies. Telvanni Oathman is next. The Telvanni Oathman is a 5-cost 4/4 with the summon effect of if you have an intelligence card in play, draw a random action from your deck, and if you have a endurance card in play, you summon a risen dead in each lane. This guy's very good in the niche tier, I think. He only really works in Telvanni decks. You're not going to play this guy. I would say you're probably not going to play this guy in an action-based deck, just to get that action pull with the blue capability, and you're probably not going to play him in just endurance decks to get a risen dead. My dog is barking at me. I don't know if you can hear him. I'll be right back. Telvanni Oathman. So this is another one of our Oathmen. We have the Dominion Oathman up here and the Telvanni Oathman down here. I do think that the Dominion Oathman is giving you better value than the Telvanni Oathman, but Telvanni Oathman does have the potential to do well in undead-based decks, keyword-based decks that are going to be granting keywords to the skeletons that you summon. He can be very effective uh, in action-based decks. If you were somehow to only have a deck with like one action, like let's say you really wanted Nest of Vipers, if you have a blue creature out on the board, you will always draw your Nest of Vipers. So that could be something that you could use pretty effectively for this guy. It could be used in singleton decks as well to pull your Siege of Stros Makai if you really wanted to do that. Not something that I would necessarily recommend, but it's an option, you know. So on the whole, I think Telvanni Oathman has a place. It's got a decent stat line for the cost, and it has 2 conditional effects, which is just going to land it right into the niche tier. Okay, up next, the Tenar Zalvit Nightstalker. Tenar Zalvit Nightstalker is a 2-cost 3/4, so already we're starting off with a decent stat line. At the start of your turn, you consume a creature. If you can't, you sacrifice your Tenar Zalvit Nightstalker. I've never really found a place for this guy. Although he does have a good stat line, you have to have consistent creatures in your discard pile to consume. And whereas the Illicit Butcher I put into solid somewhere around here, I have very low skills apparently with being able to spot this stuff. I know a lot of you guys are probably yelling at me right now because you see it. There it is. The Illicit Butcher. It I thought that this was a very solid card because it just requires you to consume one creature to get the effect. This, you have to consume a creature every turn in order to get the maximum value out of it. And if you're playing this just for the stat line, if you're playing this just for it to show up and do a bit of damage, you're better off playing the Jackal over here or something like that. If you're just going pure aggro, Mountain Lion even would be better for your aggro decks than this thing. So I'm going to throw this into Y. I don't think it's completely unplayable because the stat line is okay if you're just trying to get this thing to show up for a turn and be a little bit of a nuisance. That's fine, but you're not really going to be able to take it past turn 4 if you get it down on like turn 3. You're going to always need something at the start of your turn. And the more that I think about this, the more actually kind of unplayable it is because for the cost that you're trying to play it at, uh, why would you even play this at that point? There's just better options out there, and I think that because the effect of having to consume a creature every turn is so taxing in the early game, unless you're playing something with a lot of token generation, it's gonna go in unplayable. I actually don't really know if I've seen someone play this card before. It's kind of a novelty card. It's very fun in its premise, but it just overall doesn't really make the cut at the end of the day. Okay, below that we have the Tenmar Swiftclaw. The Tenmar Swiftclaw has the Pilfer effect +1/+1, and you may attack an extra time each turn. This is a pretty easy, great card. A lot of these kind of Khajiit Pilfer cards are pretty good in their own right, but this one combined with the Daring Cut Purse, they have the pretty much the exact same shtick that you want to do with them. It's just that this thing can kind of skyrocket a little bit easier, even though they have the same stat line. and this thing costs 4 more. The extra attack, just like I said with Swift Strike, is very, very cool. Again, the reason that I'm putting this above the Saber Cat is that the Saber Cat has this 3/7 stat line, and that's not going to increase by itself. You're going to have to give it an item. You're going to have to give it a buff somehow. This thing is going to be able to buff itself. Now, if this gets silenced, you are going to have a really annoying time because you're going to be reverted back down to a 2/2 stat line, and you're no longer going to have the Pilfer effect or the double attack effect. But I mean, you can't factor silence into every single card that you review. So I think that the Tenmar Swiftclaw is a pretty easy A tier. Okay, Territorial Viper. We're going to kind of be on a roll here with good cards, I think. This thing is either A tier or it's S tier. The Territorial Viper is a 4-cost 1/1. You might be looking at this initially and thinking that that's pretty bad, but it does also have charge and lethal. So in green, in agility specifically, there is no way to instantly destroy a creature with an effect like Piercing Javelin, that you just pay some magicka and you destroy something. It's always a little bit conditional and hard to do. So Tazcad, for example, is great removal in green decks. He's fantastic because he has this high power and he can instantly destroy most cards that you're going to be playing, and he can instantly destroy most cards that you're going to be playing against. Stuff like the Leaf Lurker, it can instantly destroy a creature provided that it's taken damage. Territorial Viper is a form of removal, and it's pretty cheap removal too. It can get rid of a lot of the biggest cards that your opponents are going to be playing. Not all of them. We've got Hulking Scalon down here and a few more cards to talk about later, but it can destroy most of them with just a simple 4 cost and then you charge into it. It's a little bit annoying when it comes to guards, but then you've got stuff like this bootlegger down here that can maybe bypass that in some of the decks that you're creating. You've got move cards. If you play 2 of these on the same turn, they're really powerful. They're just kind of instant removal, and I think that their spot is pretty solidified as a good card in green. A lot of green decks or decks using green cards use Territorial Viper, and there is a definite reason for that. So for me, it gets an S tier, just like the Spoils of War. Okay, here we come to the Gray Fox. The Gray Fox is the patron of my channel. I love the Gray Fox. He is a 5-cost 4/4, and his summon effect is that you draw a card from your opponent's discard pile. He also has a Pilfer effect that a lot of people forget about. It's that you reveal a random unrevealed card from your opponent's hand. I think the Gray Fox is also going to be pretty high up. If we're looking at a lot of our cards in Great, he fits in pretty well. He does have 2 pretty loaded effects. He's got this 4/4 stat line that's it's pretty decent. And I think that the effect of removing a card from your opponent's discard pile is just the main thing that's going to bump him up into S tier. Um, this effect is unprecedented, really. We have the Mausoleum Delver right here that can pull stuff from your opponent's discard pile, but the Gray Fox is actually the card that can pull it straight out of the discard pile into your hand, whereas Mausoleum Delver is going to put it from one discard pile into the other. So there's not very many ways to do that, and the Gray Fox is the best way to do it. You can get cards from outside of your color. Like I was mentioning about green decks, they're very limited in their removal. I oftentimes, if I'm playing against a willpower deck, I'll just use the Gray Fox to grab a Piercing Javelin, just to get some consistent removal, and that way my opponent knows that I have this card that's going to be able to kill anything that they have um, to face against me. So the Gray Fox can pull all sorts of stuff. Obviously, you can pull uh, Ayleid Guardians, which is something that we'll get into later. You could pull any of these aforementioned cards if your opponent has already played them. It is a little bit conditional on what your opponent has played, but generally speaking, there's going to be something that you can pull to get some value with the Gray Fox. So the Gray Fox, definitely an S tier amazing card, and something that also needs to be dealt with as soon as it goes down. Territorial Viper does not need to be dealt with as soon as it goes down because you're going to be killing this card off every time that you play it, but it's still a very good source of removal. So, Gray Fox, S tier, and here we go with the Ultimate Heist. So the Ultimate Heist is a very complicated card, but it's a very good card as well. It's a 12-cost action, and it costs 3 less for each time you've pilfered or drained this turn. Deal damage to your opponent, destroying their front rune, then you steal the card from the rune. If it's a prophecy card, you may play it for free. This is essentially, uh, well, this is a very loaded card. I'm going to put this also into S tier because there's a hidden mechanic with this that the game doesn't tell you about. So the ultimate heist, already costing 3 less anytime that you drain or pilfer is really really nice. So you have the daring cut purse here that can pilfer. You've got the 10 Mar Swift Claw that can pilfer. You've got the Giant Bat that can drain on the turn that it's down. You've got cards like Brynjolf to prop this up as well that will be gaining Magicka every time that you drain or pilfer on your turn too. So there's a lot of different ways that you can get this to go off. And if you have the next card down, the or one of the next cards down, the Thieves' Den, then every one of your cards will have Pilfer, and this will be an extremely easy thing to proc off and get below 12. You can very easily get this thing to be a 0 cost. So that's already awesome. Then the deal damage to your opponent, destroying their front rune. Essentially, what that means is that if your opponent is at 26 health, this card will take off 1 health and it will take them to 25 because that is their front rune, because you would have already destroyed one of their runes. So it takes off the closest rune to them being full health. If your opponent, however, is at let's say that you've gotten them down to 2 health, they have no more runes left, and they've gained 200 health somehow. They have an Ebonheart Oracle, let's say. They've gained 200 health in 1 turn. If you draw a ultimate heist, you can play this, and because they no longer have runes, this card will insta-kill them. It will take away all of their health, and it will drop them to 0, and you will win. This has happened to me more times than I can count. The Ultimate Heist is so, so good. It has the ability to literally win games under the right condition, and if it doesn't instantly win a game for you, it's going to at least shave off 1 health and draw you a card. If it only shaves off 1 health and draws you a card, that card may be a prophecy and you get to play it immediately. And a lot of the prophecies that we've talked about, Fighters Guild Recruit could be very good to get down. I believe that the Moonlight Werebat could be really good to get down. There's plenty of other examples. Anything that you get to play for free is going to be good. Uh, and any card that you get for free is going to be good too. So the Ultimate Heist just has so many effects in it all in one card, and it's very easy to get it down to 6, 3, and even 0 cost. It's kind of a no-brainer for being an S tier card. Okay, so next we come to Thievery. Thievery is a 3-cost action. You deal 3 damage to your opponent and you gain 3 health. This is much like Ransack, although I scored Ransack pretty low, and one of the main reasons that I scored Ransack low is that Thievery exists. Thievery is just overall a very decent way to deal damage and to gain health. You're going to be doing specifically face damage with Thievery, but I think it belongs in Solid. If you're trying to do some sort of health-based Ring of Namira deck, this could be a good addition. Instead of using something like Crushing Blow, you could replace it with Thievery, and you could gain the extra health from that. But when we're looking at cards down in Y as well, and below here, I'm going to keep going back to Malefic Wrath. Malefic Wrath is a 3-cost action that only deals 2 damage and it reduces power by 2. Thievery is a 3-cost action that deals 3 damage and it gains you 3 health. And although you can't choose a specific target for this, although it has to be your opponent's face, I think that it's outclassed by the extra added effect that it adds. And I think that when you score this thing off of the College of Winterhold, it's much better to see than a lot of the other options because sometimes you won't have that health gain. So Thievery, all in all, pretty good card. There are definitely better cards than Thievery, but it's a pretty good card to have. Okay, Thieves' Den. Thieves' Den is a 4-cost support with the effect of giving every single creature that you have Pilfer +1/+1. The Thieves' Den is an absolutely busted, insane card, and it easily belongs in S tier. There are a lot of cards that combo very well with this. Things like Swift Strike combo extremely well with this. Things like the Tenmar Swift Claw combo extremely well with this because instead of pilfering +1/+1 and getting that extra attack, you'll be pilfering +2/+2 now essentially. Any card that has charge is going to get immediate value out of Thieves' Den provided they can hit your opponent's face. And this card giving a flat out +1/+1 buff to every creature that stacks. It's not like what was I talking about before? The hidden path, that support that gives everything a uh, +1 buff. That's okay, but this stacks every time that you hit your opponent. And there are cards that we will get to much later that will allow more options for being able to hit multiple times. You guys know who I'm talking about. It's, of course, the Master of Thieves. He's an enabler card for Pilfer decks, but when you have a card like Thieves' Den that grants every single creature that you have Pilfer, then it's kind of a no-brainer why this thing would be really good. It, I already mentioned, it succeeds over Hidden Path, but also stuff like Divine Fervor, that's already a really good card. If you're playing a monk deck that's going to be using willpower and agility, I would recommend using Thieves' Den most of the time over Divine Fervor, because Thieves' Den, again, it can give you a +2 to your card. It can give you a +3 provided you're able to hit multiple times with the card that you are attacking with that has the +1/+1. Although it's a support that can be taken out pretty easily with the same stuff that any support can, it's got a much lower cost. There's a much lower risk to playing this than something like the Ring of Namira, and you can have 3 of them in your deck. It's not a unique legendary card, so there are 3 of them available to you. And if you're me, most people that you're playing against will have this on turn 4, and then it's impossible to get rid of. So Thieves' Den's another very good S tier card. All right, up next is the Thieves Guild Fence. We've got a lot of thieves going on. Thieves Guild Fence is a 3-cost, 3/2 creature. It's a legendary card, and when you draw a card on your turn, you reduce its cost by 1. This guy's not necessarily niche because this effect is going to be good almost wherever you're going to be playing it. I think he belongs in the great tier. There are specific decks that synergize really well with this guy, but I think you could put him in a lot of green decks and you could get some pretty serious value with him. He does work really well alongside the Swindler's Market because you can turn 1-cost cards with this guy into 0-cost cards, and then they will stack with the Swindler's Market buff that will give the +1 damage and or it'll do 1 damage and gain 1 health for you. So that's always nice when that's able to happen for you. And like I said, outside of that specific kind of synergy, there's always value in having your cards reduced in cost. So I'm going to say that the Thieves Guild Fence is a pretty easy A tier. Okay, we've got the Thieves Guild Recruit coming up next. This guy is a 2-cost 1/2 with the summon effect of draw a card. If that card costs 7 or more, you reduce its cost by 1. This is one of the best draw creatures in the game. He's either great or S. Uh, this guy's always going to have some kind of value that you play. If you're able to get him onto a card like Razumdar or Nixox, then he's going to be able to reduce their cost. If not, he's still drawing a card for you, and that's very important. He's got a very low cost, so in the early game, he's nice to get down early because a 1/2 in the early game can kind of make a difference because you and your opponent both theoretically should have kind of weaker cards out on the board at this point. So it's a body for you to have out on the board at the very least. If you play this thing down later in the game, let's say that you're on turn 12, you throw down your Thieves Guild Recruit and he draws your Tazcat. Your Tazcat is now an 8-cost rather than a 9, and when you're only dealing with 12 Magicka, that can be a huge boost. That can mean that you can play down your Tazcat with an 8-cost, and then you still have 2 Magicka left over. And with that 2 Magicka, you could play something like a Daring Cut Purse, or you could play 2 Morag Tong Aspirants, you could play 2 Bandari Opportunists, rather than just 1, which is a huge benefit. So not only does this guy work very well in the early game, he works well in the late game as well. And I think because of that, I am going to move him up into S tier. I really like him. Probably my favorite of the recruits. There are 3 Argonian recruits in the game, and we're looking at 2 of them in S tier currently. So yeah, with that in mind, Argonian Supremacy, and we're going to keep on rolling. We've got one more row of green cards. I'm excited. I'm excited to start talking about purple. Okay, so moving down though, before we can get to that, we've got the Torval Crook. The Torval Crook is a 4-cost 1/4 with Charge and Pilfer. The Pilfer effect is that you gain 2 Magicka the turn that you have pilfered. Torval Crook is solid. I don't think it goes any higher than solid. The effect is really nice because if you can hit your opponent's face, this thing is essentially paying for half of its Magicka cost. The 2 Magicka that it grants you back, you subtract that from 4. You guys can do math. The Torval Crook, though, does work really well when you combo it with things like the Thieves' Den. It works really well when you combo it with things like Ultimate Heist. And it's just overall a pretty decent option for you to play. You can play this in aggro as well. You could equip it with an item, and you still gain that 2 Magicka back that you could use on something else. So it's a card that's kind of setting up for other cards, but it's not always going to work with the charge effect. If your opponent is playing a lot of guards that you can't get past, you're going to have to wait a while before you play this thing to get the full value, because a 4-cost 1/4 that you're not going to be charging into anything with is a pretty sad sight to see. Okay, up next we have the Torval Extortionist. The Torval Extortionist has Slay, gain Magicka this turn equal to the slain creature's cost. This guy is a pretty easy niche card as well. Um, I think, well, maybe he's solid. I don't know. Let's talk about him for a second. So with the stat line of 7/5, that is already super good for a 5-cost. Again, I'm looking at you, Dova of the Voice. Step it up. This thing really, really excels with its 5-cost 7/5, and that Slay effect is actually uh, pretty good. I think you're always going to be getting some sort of value when you're killing something with this. So you know what? I am going to put it up into the solid tier. I don't think it's great. It it's at the end of the day, it's kind of an aggro card. Maybe you can make this work in a Magicka based Martin Septum type deck. Uh, you know, heavy with tree minders and all that kind of stuff. But this thing is going to work really well when your opponent is playing creatures that you can effectively kill with it. Like you could kill a renegade right here, and you could gain 5 Magicka this turn, and that could really bump you up because, like I was saying before, not every deck or every color has access to Magicka gain. It's pretty much in agility and endurance. So try to make use of that whenever you can, I would say. I don't particularly use this card, obviously, but I think that it actually is pretty good now that I'm looking at it, and I might replace some of my other cards in my aggro decks with this. I will not fault anyone at all for using this card. I think that it's pretty damn good. So moving on down, we have the Twin Lamps console. Twin Lamps console has a 3-cost 2/4 stat line, and it has the plot effect of having lethal and guard. So if you've played a card before this, you will gain a 2/4 lethal guard, and I think that's really pretty good. As far as guards go, as far as lethal guards go, anyway, uh, we don't have that many in the market. We've got the Fighters Guild recruit up here. He's got lethal and he's a guard. But he's not conditional and he has prophecy. That's what bumps him up so much higher, even though his stat line is lower. This guy is almost certainly always going to be able to be played with the plot effect because his cost is so low, and you're probably playing around this card when you've built it in your deck. But I think on its own, even if you played uh, a Tazcad, you would still be able to play this thing on turn 12 and get the plot effect with lethal and guard. So it's not unreasonable to assume that you'll be getting this card at its preferred stat line and keywords. And I think that a 2/4 guard with lethal is pretty nice to have. It's definitely scary whenever it shows up for me. This card is susceptible to a lot of removal, lightning bolt and execute. Um, Stone throw would work really well on this thing. And what else am I missing? Oh, just your basic forms of destruction cards. But other than that, this thing's pretty solid, and a lot of these cards here, I mean, every card on this list is susceptible to Piercing Javelin, so that's always something to keep in mind. Okay, Ungolem the Listener. This is a 1-cost 1/1 creature, and Ungolem has a very, very nice summon effect. He is a unique legendary, which is important to point out. Um, his effect is that he shuffles 3 Brotherhood Assassins into your deck, and these Brotherhood Assassins have a 3/3 stat line with lethal, and they also have a summon effect where they draw a card. Pretty no-brainer here on Ungalim. He is going to go up into S tier. If you can get Ungalim on turn 1, or what I like to call the turn 1 Galim, then you will really thrive. The Brotherhood Assassins, I can't even remember if I mentioned, but they have a 1 cost as well. So you've essentially shuffled in 3 cards into your deck that are very cheap to play. They provide a draw effect, and they provide a lethal body on the board with a decent stat line. Like 3/3 for 1 is kind of insane. Ungolem also, I believe, used to have 2 attack power, which was crazy for a 1 cost card that does everything that he does. But now he's a 1/1 for 1, which is perfect for him. You could even probably give him 0 attack power, and he'd still be really good. You're playing this card because of what he's going to do to shuffle more cards into your deck. And if you have something like a Night to Remember that's going to re-trigger his summon effect, or a Dark Rebirth or something like that, then you're going to have 6 of those Brotherhood Assassins in your deck. Your opponent's going to be a little bit frustrated. So turn 1 Golem is great, Ungolem himself is great, and he is a very easy S tier. Okay, up next we have the Unicorn. So Unicorn was a pretty recently added creature in terms of the Jaws from Oblivion stuff. And I haven't played a whole lot with it, but I've seen it played quite a bit. So Unicorn is a 3-cost 2/3, and it has the effect of friendly creatures in this lane with less power than Unicorn have charge. If you're building a specific Animal Monk based deck, I think this is going to be really good because you'll have access to Divine Fervor, which will instantly buff this up to a 3/4, allowing for more creatures to be. Well, actually, I guess that's not true. It won't allow for more creatures to be played because they'll be buffed up with that stat line as well. But Unicorn, I think it's going to go into niche, but it's high niche. It gives a lot of effect to cards that are weaker than it, although you're going to have to really build around the fact that you're going to have cards that are weaker than this. 2/3 stat line is pretty low in the grand scheme of things. There's a lot of creatures as the game progresses that are going to have um, more attack power than this. But if you're simply able to lay down a unicorn and give it like a heavy battle axe or something in an archer based deck, then this thing's going to have what 7 or 6 attack power at that point, and you're going to be able to get charged with a lot of other creatures. So keep an eye out for unicorn. It's a cool type of card, and it's the type of card that I like to see in the game. So it causes people to be a little bit more creative when they play. All right, down here is the Unrelenting Siege. Unrelenting Siege is a 4-cost support. It's an ongoing support, and this support states that friendly creatures with 1 power may attack an extra time each turn. If you're thinking of comboing this with uh, Thieves' Den, it doesn't work very well with Thieves' Den because Thieves' Den is, of course, going to grant all of your 1-cost creatures a extra 1 attack. Um, or sorry, not your 1-cost creatures, but your 1 power creatures. It's going to grant them an extra 1 attack, which is going to bump them out of the range of the Unrelenting Siege. However, Unrelenting Siege, I think, is a great card in the right deck. It is a little bit hard to get around, though. Just having 1 costs is going to be difficult. So maybe we bump this down into solid. Um, because again, granting extra attacks, I can't really put that in the same tier as some of these because this effect is always going to be useful with the Unrelenting Siege, but it's not like there's a different card coming up that's does a very similar thing, but it does it a lot better. So I don't know. I think this belongs pretty firmly in solid. It's outclassed by Thieves' Den, I think, in nearly every way. Swindler's decks are maybe a little bit easier to get to pop off because you're getting that immediate 1 damage and 1 health rather than the double attack that the 1 cost or 1 power creature thing is going to do. Because then you're basically enabling token decks to just fight with their tokens a whole lot, and that's while that is good, it's not anything uh, to rival some of the things that these cards are doing up here. Okay, Valenwood Sentry. This thing is a 4-cost 4/3. It's got Prophecy and Guard. This is just a straight up solid card. This is a good guard. When you land it on Prophecy, it's even better. I think there's, yep, this one up here. These two go very hand in hand. You're basically paying one extra Magicka to get one extra power for this card. So I think the Black Sap is a lot better, but just because of the 3 cost. But if you land this thing on Prophecy, you're getting more value. So if you're playing a Prophecy based deck, this is going to be better. But at the end of the day, I think both cards are pretty solid, and you could swap them out in any deck, and nobody would be mad at you. Okay, Valenwood Sentry is what we just talked about. So we have the Varanus Courier. Varanus Courier is a card that has a soft spot in my heart. This is a 1/3 card for a 3 cost. It's a guard, and it has the last gasp effect of drawing you a card. Unfortunately, I think that this card is probably going to have to go into either niche or Y. Now, the thing with the Varanus Courier is I think I'm going to keep it in niche, but you want to be playing this in last gasp decks. Because if you don't get that last gasp effect off, you have just played a 1/3 guard for 3 Magicka, which is kind of not that good, especially when we're looking up here at the bootlegger that has a 1/5 stat line for 2. The Varanus Courier just doesn't really hold up as a guard as well for the Magicka cost in total. If you're just looking for guards, go for the bootlegger instead. The draw effect, although it is powerful, if this thing gets silenced or stolen, you no longer get that effect. And if it does get stolen, in fact, your opponent now gets that effect, which is a lot worse for you in general. So I think I can't really make myself put it higher than niche because it's just going to synergize in those very few specific, like last gasp assassin type decks. I do really like this card. It was one of the cards that I had in my original Scout deck that made me really get into Legends. So, um, well, I used to play a lot of Mage, and then I took a break, and I came back and played a lot of Scout. And Varanus Courier really helped me in that deck kind of learn the game a bit better. So I do really like this card, but I can't really put it higher than niche. Okay, up next, we come to the Voracious Spriggan. Voracious Spriggan is a 1-cost card with a 2/1 stat line, and it has one keyword, and that keyword is Drain. This card is also a little bit niche, but I think it's actually going to be bumped up into solid. But we also have to keep in mind that we're trying to pair this with other 1-cost cards. So I'm looking around for 1-costs right now. We've got these Greaves, that's not really going to help us all that much. The Oathman is a good example. So the Oathman is a 1-cost 2/2 that I put into niche. It's niche because it has conditional drain. This card can be better than the Spriggan if the right effects are provided, but it's not going to have the same effect in every single deck that it's in. The Voracious Spriggan, on the other hand, although having one less health than the Dominion Oathman, it you're not really playing it for the health. This thing is going to die in the first few turns that you've played it down in most matches. And it has a little bit more of a synergy to it when it comes to health gain decks or Spriggan based decks or animal based decks. So on the whole, I think the Voracious Spriggan, although it's kind of a weaker card, it does have a good spot and it's good at what it does. It's good at being at showing up on turn 1 through 4 and just being able to be a body on the board. And even if you are to draw this thing in the late game, sometimes you just need that extra drain. So the Voracious Spriggan for me, it gets a pretty solid spot. Okay, up next we have the Whispering Claw Strike. This is a 6-cost action with the Prophecy tag. And you're giving an enemy creature -2/-2 and a friendly creature +2/+2. This is a weird card, guys. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone play it. It's either Y or it's unplayable. I don't know what it is with the devs and this -2/-2 effect being like, I don't know, just an insane requirement. But the thing that's making this a little bit better than unplayable is that it buffs up a creature and it has prophecy. So if you do play this thing on prophecy, at the very least, you're going to be getting one of the effects most of the time, or you can just, well, I was going to say you could put it into your hand and use it later, but then you're paying 6 cost for this kind of weak effect. There are cards that do this, buffing up creatures a lot better than this is going to do. And we'll see examples of that as we go along. Maybe we'll come back and kind of examine this card a little bit more, but I just don't see what the point of this would be when you've got better cards that do it. Um, well, better. It could find a place in a deck with the Bloody Hand Chef that can benefit from these negation effects with that type of stuff, but just on the whole, like there's better stuff to play than this. I think even if you're just doing the -2/-2, you might be better off playing Malefic Wrath. You might be better off playing two Malefic Wraths. Although it'll do essentially the same thing if you're trying to just buff your Bloody Hand Chef. So I don't know. Maybe with Mushroom Tower this could be good as well, but as it stands, I'm going to throw it into unplayable. I don't think that it's really that good. I don't think it justifies it. Okay, Wild Beast Caller is next. Wild Beast Caller is a 6-cost 3/4 Spriggan with the summon effect of summon a random animal. This is a pretty solid card. It doesn't just belong in animal-based decks. If you're just trying to get some board presence, you can play this thing pretty easily, and you could maybe get a jackal out of it. You could get a mountain lion out of it. You could get trying to look for other animals, but I don't see any currently. I don't know if Charis Reaper counts as an animal. I don't think it does. But that's why this thing has such a high cost, because it's instantly giving you two creatures on the board. It's not like this Spriggan here that puts an animal in your hand. This thing instantly plays it to the board. So you could either be getting some positive value or you could be getting some negative value. It could give you a very weak creature. It's a little bit RNG based, but I wouldn't say that it's necessarily niche. It's just kind of right in the middle there. Sometimes it'll work very effectively, sometimes it won't. Okay, Wild Boar is coming up next, and our Wild Boar is a 2-cost 1/3. We're almost there, guys. It's a 2-cost 1/3. Wild Boar can't gain cover. At the start of your turn, Wild Boar moves and gains +1/+0. This card is solid as well. If you get this card early into the game, it can be really fun to kind of play around with, and all the movement stuff that it does can be fun when it stacks up. If you do pair this with other move cards, then it gets even better. But on its own, I think that it as a standalone card without any other movement cards to buff it up, I think that it is still good because your opponent is constantly going to have to be chasing this. And much like the Voracious Spriggan here, this card isn't trying to be anything crazy. It doesn't have an insane cost like like this Whisperclaw Strike. It's not trying to show itself off as something more than it is. It just kind of is what it is, and in that sense, it is good at what it does. I like it a lot. Okay, Will-O-the-Wisp is our next card on our list, and this thing is a 2-cost 3/2 with Drain. I think this is also just another solid card. Drain is a very good keyword. It can help you stay alive. There are instances where you don't want a whole lot of Drain because you don't want to get so far above your health total that your opponent will be able to attack you with no repercussions. That's why the runes are there. They're there to protect you and grant you card advantage when you need it. So getting up to maybe like 40 or 50 health in the early game sometimes might hurt you because especially if your opponent is running pilfer effects, they'll be able to kind of feed off of your total health without breaking your rune and buff their creatures up, specifically with this guy and with this guy and with this guy and with this guy. And oh, and with this guy. So don't let yourself get to too high of a health total early in the game, unless that's your whole game plan, unless you're playing like a health gain Ring of Demira type thing. But even still, I would say, well, enough with the health gain stuff. Will-O-the-Wisp on its own is a good card. It's got a stat line that it can fight pretty well for, and you're only suffering, when we look at the Jackal up here, you're suffering 1 attack power for the entire keyword of Drain for the same cost. So if you're going with some kind of I don't know, some kind of green-based aggro deck, you could probably swap in either of these cards and you'd find success with them because they both do very similar things, but one of them's better at damage and the other one's better at sustain. And finally, we land at the Woodland Lookout. Woodland Lookout is one of our lookout cards. There should be 5 or 6 of these in total. I can't quite remember, but I can't remember if there's one in neutral. But the lookout cards all synergize with dragons, which is something that we'll notice as we go on. There are cards, I'm looking at one right now, on the first line of purple that synergize with dragons. Dragons have a lot going for them in this game. Dragons are particularly in a strong spot with a lot of the buffs that they've gotten with the Tamriel collection, adding Call Dragon and whatnot. So Woodland Lookout on its own, I would say that it's niche. You need to be playing dragons for it, and that's probably where a lot of these lookouts are going to wind up. But when you are playing a dragon-based deck, you're gaining 4 health just for playing a card, and that's instantly going to bump up. Like Dova of the Voice, yeah, you are playing 7 Magicka for a 6/4 stat line that can get easily destroyed with an RNG last gasp effect, sure. But you're also gaining 4 health just for playing this. It allows you to sustain your life while also being aggressive with dragons. And I think that can't really be understated in how powerful the effect can be, especially when you start stacking up some of the other lookout cards. So, Woodland Lookout, kind of niche, but pretty good. Okay, whew, we made it through all of agility. This took me like 3 to 4 days, not full days, obviously, but 3 to 4 instances of recording just to get through. And if I'm looking correctly here, I have a list pulled up on my phone. There are, oh, it's not going to tell me how many agility cards there are, is it? Well, I don't know how many agility cards there are, but there are a lot. So um, I will go slowly as I'm scrolling on this so you guys can see where I put everything. I might upload agility just as its own video and then I'll follow it up with endurance in the next one. But yeah, guys, this has been kind of a fun journey. I don't really know how I felt about a lot of these cards myself before I started ranking them. And I am genuinely curious as to what a lot of you guys will think about my total rankings overall. There are definitely some spots that I probably missed on. There's some stuff that I probably don't know, but I'm trying to take into account the fact that uh, sometimes these cards are going to be played dry by themselves and in a vacuum, more or less. How will some of these cards do? Now, when we're looking at cards like Swindler's Market or Thieves' Den, um, I kind of had to take into account how powerful those decks are by themselves. And maybe Swindlers will go down into a different tier. I don't know. I could look at this all day and debate back and forth, debate back and forth about it. But man, I've been talking for quite a while, and I think that I'm going to end this right here, and I'll probably just move on to purple now. But if this does wind up being its own video, this will be where it ends. So thank you very much for watching and sticking around, and please yell at me in the comments. I would love to hear about your guys' opinions about this stuff. So ta-ta, and I'll see you in the next one.